Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Paprykarz Modern Destination Qualifier here in Warsaw, Poland. My name is Lucifer. I'm joined by the one and only Freezy Peasy, and we will be your tour guides as we navigate the modern format for this tournament. We have 7 rounds, I believe. I don't know specifically how many players we have, but we do have 7 rounds of modern for you before we cut to a top 8, and we'll be covering every single round. Bar the first. We're going to start on round 2 today, and boy, do we have a scorcher for you, no pun intended. Before we begin, let's just run through what our players are playing for. This is a qualifier event, so this counts for 3 times points on the nationals leaderboards, this tournament will be integral in qualifying players for the nationals tournament that is coming up in October. Let's talk about the prizes for this tournament. Lot of very exciting prizes in store, Freezy Peasy.
There sure are. I mean, we have one for fourth. We have the RG Deckbox Max. We have fifth to eighth, the Deckbox 80 DS. We've got some beautiful altered flooded strand, which I have seen in person. They are amazingly looking, as well as a trophy and a playmat.
Absolutely. And of course, the winner of this tournament will be qualifying for the European Magic Cup happening in February 2026, if I recall correctly. So it is looming, and many of the players that are looking to qualify for Polish nationals will be eyeing up that invite as well. Thank you as well to our sponsor Heavy Play for providing some of the prizes on offer, including the deck lists and the playmat. Let's talk about the modern metagame as well, Freezy Peasy, as we've got some wild deck lists that are very powerful in the modern format, and it's a very diverse format as well. Modern in a really good place at the moment.
Yes, I definitely agree. Many players still do argue that Boros Energy is top of the metagame, as we can still see by the meta share of around 15%. But it's not tier 0 anymore. It's basically on the same as every other deck. And it does need to be played by a very good player to be able to win. Still, it's a good deck on its own, but it gets punished by many other decks. So it's quite diverse.
Very, very much feels like the way the Rakdos mid-range deck in Pioneer was, and that it's sort of a 50% deck where it really rewards mastery of the deck's many intricacies and all of the interactions between the cards and how they work together, and sort of maximizing the cards that you draw in your hands. Boros Energy very much feels like that kind of deck to me, which is both a matter of why it's so strong and why it's so popular. I feel like it's a deck that a lot of people have mastered over the years. Well, not even over the years, but over the months that it's been legal. Even when it was incredibly broken and probably the only best thing to be doing in the modern format. And Boros Energy very much at the top of the metagame, but not the top dog. As we see other decks in the format, Domain Zoo, which is a surprise to me being so popular in this current modern format. But I also understand why a deck like Domain Zoo would be as powerful in modern at the moment.
Yes, definitely. Domain Zoo is second to the top due to the possibilities it provides you by playing so many colors. You have so many angles, you have so many sideboard cards against each and every other deck, and it is able to put on some really pressure in early games, which usually wins them the game.
Absolutely. We see Amulet Titan as well alongside Ruby Storm. Both of these very combo-centric decks don't particularly care so much about what the opponent is doing. If they play against each other, it's very much, I think we're going to see a 2 ships passing in the night situation. But both of these decks capable of doing some incredibly disgusting things very early on in the game that a lot of players are going to have to be worried about.
Yes, definitely. I mean, I play Ruby Storm myself. Earliest you can go off is turn 2 with some Goldfish luck, and Amulet Titan definitely a turn 2 and turn 3 deck. So, yeah,
Absolutely.
both are dangerous and very scary.
It's a very disgusting deck, capable of some very disgusting things. Let's move on as we see some other decks in the modern format. We've got Esper Midrange, or should I say Esper Blink, a very popular deck in the format that appears to have been elevated in Edge of Eternities through Quantum Riddler, a very powerful card that you can warp to draw cards, and if you have one or less cards in hand, you can draw one more whenever you draw a card. It's a very powerful card that has elevated the Esper mid-range deck, particularly with its power with Ephemerate, which is probably the key card of the deck.
Yeah, definitely. And since many removal spells now are single target removal, you can just take out whatever creature you want, save it from removal, and then just get in. If you get a Quantum Riddler with that effect, you do get some immediate value off of it, and it's just a big body.
It's just a very disgusting card all around. Now here's a deck that I'm very surprised to see being so good in the modern format is Grixis Reanimator. It's a very fun interactive deck. I saw this a lot watching the Axion Now Mega Modern event in Wales last weekend. People playing against this on Will Hall. I think one of the decks took him down, and he managed to beat the other the other deck relatively comfortably. But Grixis Reanimator, quite a strong deck in the modern format, able to prey on sort of the lack of graveyard interaction that there seems to be in this current modern format. Grixis really preying on that weakness.
Yes, definitely. I mean, before we got the Grixis Reanimator, we had Esper Blink with Ketramos and 4 or 5 graveyard removal artifacts, which was a good answer to graveyard decks. It has gone down since the printing of Quantum Riddler, so people shifted from graveyard hate towards blinking and getting the additional value, which is a really good sign for Grixis Reanimator. Just dump something into the graveyard, turn 1, and then just reanimate it.
Absolutely. And two more decks in the format that revolve around artifacts, or maybe a specific artifact if we're talking about Belcher. But the Affinity deck also has been rounded up and sort of improved on with Edge of Eternities. The introduction of Pinnacle Emissary, the 1-cost warp spell that makes 1/1 drones when you cast artifact spells, allowing you to get a critical mass of flying attackers on turn 1 through your Mox Opals, your Mox Ambers, your Mem Knights of the world, and you can get Kappa Cannoneer down on turn 1, which is absolutely disgusting and on par with some of the things we've been seeing in the Legacy format over the past few years since Kappa Cannoneer was introduced into the game.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great turn 1. Just dump out 3 or 4 or 5 of those drone tokens, immediately tapping them to cast a Kappa Cannoneer. And Kappa Cannoneer usually isn't going to be answered until 4 mana or so, just because of the ward ability it has.
Yeah, that ward 4 on Kappa Cannoneer. Many people debating why that line of text exists, but nonetheless, an incredibly relevant line of text in this format. You just can't answer the card if it comes down early enough. And that's going to be something that some of our players might want to be weary about. But we've got Belcher finally, and this is one of the decks we're going to be seeing in our round 2 feature match. A very powerful combo deck that is able to play Belcher with an activation as early as turn 4 and has a bunch of free counter magic in order to stop and just close the door so that nobody can interact with what they're doing with their combo. A very powerful deck that has been in the upper echelons of the format for a bit, has sort of taken a backseat, but is still a deck that people are going to have to worry about in this tournament.
Oh, definitely. It's just play some tap lands, basically counter everything or every land your opponent has, and then just turn 4, play Belcher, and try to immediately hit your opponent for 30 or 40 X damage.
Absolutely. And let's just not forget that this tournament is a qualifier tournament. So all of these points that the players will be earning in this tournament will be tripled, and these will count towards the national leaderboards. The top 80 players on the leaderboards will qualify for the Polish national tournament to happen at some point between October and December. And there are some wonderful prizes in store for the winner of this tournament. The winner is not only going to get a beautifully altered Bayou, let that sink in. An OG Bayou dual land. Oh, I've just been told this is qualifying 5 times for points. My apologies for that mistake. But a lot of points on offer for this tournament. And the winner of Nationals is not only getting an invite to the European Magic Cup, alongside the top 8 for the tournament. There are 8 invites in store. They also get a wonderful trophy. Everybody gets a participation promo, but the winner also gets a beautiful ETB playmat courtesy of our sponsor Heavy Play, as well as deck boxes for the top 16. And everybody is going to get an Eldrazi Spawn token as a participation promo. And can I just say that token is adorable?
Yes, for all those brute scale players and Eldrazi players.
Absolutely. Many Eldrazi players will be scouring Nationals to try and get as many of those tokens as they can to put in their Eldrazi decks.
Of course, you at least need like 15 of those, right?
Absolutely. But without further ado, I think we're ready to go. We've got a blast from the past here. We've got Olsen, one of our commentators for the last Paprykarz Modern Tournament, on Boros Energy. And we've got Michal Gorski playing Blue Belcher. So tell us a bit about this matchup. Who do we think's on top here?
Well, it depends on actually who wins the die roll. If the Boros player wins the die roll and gets a great draw, it's going to be tough for the Belcher player. Whereas if the Belcher player wins the die roll and gets to do its things and gets to block the opponent with their early game interaction, we could have a really interesting match.
Absolutely. And we see our players shuffling up their decks and getting ready to begin. It's a really interesting deck, this Blue Belcher deck. There's just so much interaction for what Olsen is trying to do, trying to beat his opponent down. And the Belcher deck has a lot of tools sort of naturally in the deck that will help them answer what the Boros deck is doing.
Yes, we have some disruption spells, we have Force of Negations, we have Shoal of Disruption, if they're still playing it. Yeah, we just have to see. I mean, their game plan is basically just try to exile or suspend a Lotus Bloom and then just keep the board clear until turn 4, where they can actually go off if they have the right cards.
Yeah, turn 1 Lotus Bloom is definitely going to be quite important for the Belcher deck. I feel like what Michal's going to want to do is to sort of get out the gate as quickly as possible. Do we think that the 2 drops in Philagi Archaeologist and what's the other one?
Trainer?
Afterwards is Thundertrap Trainer. Do we think these are going to play a particularly important role in sort of slowing Olsen down?
Yeah, they're just going to be roadblocks, which try to get him into the late game plays, as well as they're fishing out lands. Basically, all their lands are also additional spells, which are able to get picked up by both of these cards. So he will never miss a land drop.
Absolutely. As we see, our players dealing out a hand of 7. I don't know who's won the die roll, but here's what I'm going to ask you is, what do we think that Olsen is looking for in his opening hand against the Belcher deck? He may not know he's playing against the Belcher deck, as we see a hand from Michal Gorski. I do see a Belcher in there and like 3 Seagate Restorations. I think I see a Bane Veil, Spell Snare as well. What do we think Olsen is looking for here?
I think Olsen is basically looking for, as we can say, the nut draw, which is turn 1 guide. No, turn 1. Is it turn 1 guide into turn 2 Ocelot Pride? Something like that.
It would be a very powerful starting.
Yeah. Definitely. Into maybe turn 3 Flage as well as Goblin Bombardment. Something like that. You just want to curve out really well.
And that's something we've not even talked about much, is the power of Flage as a magic card in this deck. Do we think it's going to be particularly important in this matchup?
mean, it could be. It's basically a lightning helix to whatever target or maybe the face. It's a good late game interaction, as well as it gives you life gain for the Ocelot Prize to trigger, which is also really good.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Olsen is going to hope as well not to run afoul of a sink into stupor, say, or a disrupting shoal, or something to answer the flage if it comes back. As we see that Michal has mulliganed, I'm seeing a lot of tap lands in this hand, but it looks like he's going to keep it. As Olsen is starting off
Turn one guy.
to turn one Guide of Souls, probably the most powerful powerful one drop in the deck.
This or Ragavan. Both of them are equally powerful.
Absolutely, and we do see Olsen get a basic as opposed to a Sacred Foundry early on in the game, perhaps signaling that he's weary of a card like Harbinger of the Seas. Maybe Michal has that in his main deck. Do we think that's something he'd do?
I mean, I don't think they run Harbinger main board, but there is a chance. Let me just. No. I checked the current list. They're not running main board, but they do have sideboard cards.
Well, let's have a look at what we can see in Michal's hand. I see a Disrupting Shoal. I see a Bane Veil. I do see one or two copies of Suppression Ray. I think I see a Sink into Stupor. So it looks like Michal has a lot of interaction, but not a lot of ways to get things. Oh, no, I believe he did have a Whir of Invention in hand.
Yeah,
as
I think
well.
so. I think so. One of them was a Whir. So turn 3, he can just Whir for Lotus Bloom and turn 4 go off, if best case scenario. Question is, will he survive until then?
Well, we do see Olsen has cracked another Marsh Flats and gotten a Sacred Foundry this time. We're going to see what he wants to cast off of it. Is it going to be an Ajani? It is an Ajani Nakadal Pariah, and we're going to see that answered with a Disruption Shoal, exiling Bane Veil.
That's a must counter at this point, I think.
That's probably as good as the Shoal is going to get with that hand. As we see an attack now with the Guide of Souls. Notably starving Olsen of any energy whatsoever. So it's going to take a lot of work for that Guide of Souls to actually jump anything at the moment. As we see Suppression Ray come down as a land and a pass of the turn from Michal. Also untaps and draws, is thinking about what he wants to do here. He's got the early pressure. Michal hasn't really done much. We're going to see a Bloodstained Mire cracked again. Looks like he's going to get another Sacred Foundry here. We're going to see what he's looking to cast.
Maybe it will be a Flage or a Fable of the Mirror Breaker if he wants to spend all his money.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker wouldn't be a terrible 3-drop to play here. But we see Seasoned Pyromancer instead. Very powerful card introduced in Modern Horizons 1. God is also going to trigger. We're going to start to recoup some of that life that we've lost through all the shocking and fetching here. Olsen is going to go up to 1 energy as well. Not quite enough to put some counters on a Guide of Souls just yet, but perhaps we'll be discarding some non-land cards.
Or you could discard a Flage and bring it back next turn, but as we can see, it's a Static Prison and a land.
Static Prison and Arid Mesa are the discards here, so we're only going to make 1 Elemental, which is going to gain us another life. Notably, we already have enough cards in the graveyard for a Flage, so if we can put a Flage in the graveyard somehow, maybe something like an Elegant Parlor, or some way to discard the powerful Titan, we'll be in business. But for now, it looks like it's just going to be attack from the Guide of Souls, but there's got to be a sense from Olsen that's being a bit too slow here.
I think he is a bit too slow. I mean, wouldn't you try to discard 2 non-land permanents to get up to 3 energy to just put on some pressure with a Guide of Souls?
That's definitely an option that he has, but there's also the possibility that he just didn't have those cards to discard, or that they were too important to him.
Yes.
But we do see Michal untap and play a hydroelectric specimen as a land untapped, losing 3 life to do so. Very much looking like War of Invention is going to get a Lotus Bloom very soon.
Definitely single-landing Word of Invention end of turn. Question is, will he survive? I think so.
Well, here's another Seasoned Pyromancer looking to discard some cards and draw some more. We're going to go up to 3 energy, and now we're going to see Guide
What
of
do we
Souls do
discard?
some things. We discard an Ajani, Nakado Pariah, and an Arid Mesa. We're going to draw 2, make another 1/1 that's going to bring us up to 4 energy and 17 life now. And a lot of the life that Olsen has lost from Shocking and Fetching is going to come back. However, I feel like that doesn't matter in this matchup.
Yeah, seems like Olsen is kind of flooded. You don't want to see that many lands.
Absolutely.
At
We're
all.
going to... But discarding that Ajani is definitely very interesting here. I think we're going to see Olsen play another land. Going to play an Arid Mesa. Drawing a lot of fetches in particular.
Yeah.
As we see an attack here. Going to attack with all 3 creatures that can. And we're going to jump the Elemental. I'm going to put 2 counters on it and a flying counter. So that's now a 3/3 flyer. And I believe that is 6 damage now coming towards Michal. Michal potentially going down to 9. And he's going to take it all. He's going to go down to 9 life. And now very much looks like it's crunch time for Michal, who's on a low life total. There's quite a large board presence. So Michal does play the War of Invention for 0, looking for a Lotus.
So now the question it bears is, does Michal have either the Goblin Charbelcher or the Tameshi to keep on going?
Absolutely. Tameshi, a very powerful card alongside Lotus Bloom. How about you walk us through the interaction here?
So basically, if Michal is choosing to go the Tameshi route, he's just going to crack the Lotus Bloom for triple blue, put in Tameshi into play, and then since Michal has a white mana untapped, he can just tap the white mana, return a land to his hand, play the Lotus Bloom from the graveyard, crack it immediately for white, and keep on going, as well as drawing a card off of Tameshi because a card was returned to his hand, and then just make a lot of mana. But still needs to have a payoff for it. Either way, another word for Belcher or a Belcher itself.
Absolutely. But it very much looks like Michal's got something in mind as he's untapped with a Lotus Bloom. Doing a little bit of thinking here.
I do understand what Michal is thinking about, because even if he has a Tameshi, if he wants to go for it, his opponent also is leaving up 1 land, which could indicate a Galvanic Discharge, which would remove the combo aspect.
We do see him cracking that Lotus Bloom here.
There we go, okay.
Could we be about to see a Belcher? I do see it in his hand.
Hardcast Belcher. But
he plays Tameshi instead. But I did see a Belcher in hand, so it looks like Michal might actually have the tools he needs to win this game right now.
Yes. Now, still there is that Arid Mesa which could get the discharge.
But as we see here, he has put the hydroelectric specimen back into his hand, which is going to allow him to redirect a removal spell away from the Tameshi if he so chooses.
Yes, I think so. I think Olsen doesn't have any interaction right now. Otherwise, he would have snapped it.
Yeah, it very much looks like it, doesn't it?
So
here's the Belcher, and here's the scoop from Olsen. Michal Gorski is going to take game 1 of this match on Blue Belcher. Tameshi, Lotus Bloom, just getting the job done here.
Yes, if you're getting hit by Belcher, I would just ask the opponent just to hand over his deck just to get the list, since you're getting to see it anyways.
We get some very useful insight into the cards that he's playing in his deck as well.
I think it's just a stock Belcher list.
We do see a couple copies of Stern Scolding. Not a bad card against his Boros Energy deck. 1 mana away to answer most of the creatures in the deck.
Yes, and main board Singleton into the Floodmaw for removal.
Absolutely. Now we're going to go into sideboarding here as Michal has taken game one. Only needs one more to take this match down. Olsen's got to be thinking he was a little bit too slow in that first game.
Yes, he didn't put up too much pressure, so I think he needs to change that going forward.
Absolutely. As we see our players get ready for sideboarding, let's talk about the Blue Belcher deck in the context of the Boros Energy matchup that he now knows he's facing. What kind of cards do we think we're looking to see come in for Michal here?
For Michal, I mean, if he's playing a general stock list, we can see. I mean, we don't need to put the mountain in the scene of the mountain because if the opponent goes for Blood Moon, it's easy as well. We can see Harbinger, we can see maybe some unable to screens just to mitigate the aggression a little bit, and of course, Portable Hole as well as Into the Floodmoor for additional interaction and removal.
It looks like Michal has some tools to interact with the Boros Energy deck. What are we thinking about? Are we worried about Blood Moon potentially coming in from the sideboard here for Olsen?
I don't think so. Also, it doesn't make a difference. The only it would be even worse if Olsen would put in Blood Moon. Of course, it will shut off the Tameshi route unless there is a Lotus Bloom. But you're going to give the opponent each and every tapped land untapped without any downside. So I don't think you want to do that.
That's definitely a fair point. So on Olsen's side, we talked about whether or not we want Blood Moon to come in. What about the other cards that he could slide in? What do we think Olsen's looking at? And what do we think is bad for him? What do we think he'd rather have not have in his deck?
I think we can see coming in Player and Conqueror, we can see coming in Wear and Tears, as well as maybe Orm's Chant, just to stop them from one turn. I don't think they run Stony Silence, but they run Wear and Tears, which could also be good. Things to come out. I can see Galvanic Discharge coming out. It doesn't do that much. Or maybe what's it called? The Seasoned Pyromancer. You want to be as aggressive as possible, just to push damage through, I think.
Absolutely. It's definitely an interesting. There's definitely some interesting sideboarding decisions from Olsen's standpoint, isn't there? With Galvanic Discharge, it does have some game against some of the early game creatures that the Belcher deck is playing. Static Prison as well feels a little bit weak as a sorcery speed answer, but can also answer more things than Galvanic Discharge can. So maybe he's looking at that as an option. What do you think about
Definitely. Also, I see usually they run a couple of copies of Draven Charms. I don't think that card is necessary, so you can take this out as well.
that?
And maybe just, I don't know.
The
It's
Thraben
tough.
Charm very much more of a mirror breaker, isn't it? Than
Yeah. I can see Fable of the Mirror Breaker coming out as well, just because it doesn't do that much immediately.
just too slow.
Yeah, definitely too slow. I mean, if you can choose between either Seasoned Pyromancer or Flage, I think these are definitely better options to play.
Yeah, I feel like you pick Flage pretty much every chance you get. It's just that good of a card.
Definitely Flage. It puts on such a good clock towards the opponent. Whereas, for example, if you play Fable of the Mirror Breaker, you get, of course, you get a Goblin Shaman token. Next turn, you get to draw this card, and then it flips, and then you have to wait one more turn as well to copy anything, which is a lot of time for the opponent.
Very much so. Flage is a card very much one of the most powerful cards in Modern Horizons 3. I would argue the most powerful, apart from Nadu. All praise
We're
the Amonkhet Birdlord, but Flage as well, a card that was very underrated when it was previewed, and then people played with it and realized, holy moly, this card is broken.
I mean, yeah, it's of course at first nobody was looking at it because of course it just deals 3 damage. We've got some other titans which did almost do the same. But it turned out it was really good in those colors. The color scheme was important.
Absolutely. And as we look at our players' hands at the moment, we see Mikhail's hand. We see 2 copies of Seagate Restoration. I believe we see a Flare of Denial, a Jawari Disruption. We do see a Belcher. We see some interactive pieces as well. So Mikhail probably happy with that hand, but Olsen has taken a mulligan and is going down to 6. Will be on the play, which is what he wants for this game. But I also feel like he wanted to be on the play for game 3.
Oh, definitely, definitely. It's such a difference being on the play versus being on the draw against a deck which hopes to get into the late game, and you do want to have the early pressure going on. I think that's why Olsen did mulligan. Maybe the hand wasn't too aggressive.
It looks like Olsen is keeping his 6, and we're going to see what he's going to do. We see, yet again, we see Cracking Arid Mesa taking 3 here for a Sacred Foundry to cast a Guide of Souls. So, Olsen getting the turn 1 start that he wants, as we see a stock up drawn from Michal. Very powerful card from Aether Drift.
It's a really good card, not only in the Belcher, but also in many control decks. Just looking at the top 5 cards, picking 2 of them, such a good card.
Very comparable to Dig Through Time, seeing play in pretty much every format where it's legal in, including Vintage, where it really shines in some of the blue-based combo decks. We see a Ajani come down for Olsen here, and it's going to meet a Disrupting Stroll again, getting rid of a Jawari Disruption. We're going to see Olsen swinging in for 1. It's the same start as last time, and it's gone the exact same way for Olsen.
Yes. Hopefully this time Olsen will have more pressure going on. Also, I don't know what to think about that planes Olsen is playing.
The full text planes.
Yeah.
Look, if you're gonna play a full art land, it's got to be all art or all text. If
Fair enough.
If it's a bit of each, then that's where I take issue. But I actually do like those lands a lot. We see a second Guide of Souls coming down now.
Interesting.
Very, very powerful. You can get a lot of energy very fast if you're on Olsen's side. We're going to see Marsh Flats come down.
So I think the card which Olsen now wants to see is either a second Ajani or an Ocelot Pride.
Oh, Ocelot Pride would be huge here.
Yes, definitely.
We see he's not playing another creature, which definitely worries me, I feel like Olsen wants to be more aggressive here. We know what's in Mikhal's hand. We know he has a turn 4 Belcher. If Olsen doesn't have an answer to that, then he could fall just as quickly as he did in game 1.
I mean, I could see them not tapping out, maybe to keep up Orden's Chant or Wear and Tear as an option.
Just keeping that as an option just in case. So we see Hydroelectric Specimen come down as a land untapped. Michal is going to take 3 damage. And I think this is something that we've overlooked. Oh, apologies. Ooh, sorry about that. Thank you. We see Stock Up come down. But here's something that I don't think we've talked about in the context of this Belcher deck is if you want your lands to enter untapped, you have to take 3 damage. You have to essentially bolt yourself in order to make sure you can cast your spells on curve, should that be what you want to do. But that can become a bit of a liability if you're Michal Gorski, going up against an aggressive deck like Boros Energy.
True, definitely. But as we can see now, I think it's important to see, or as a Belcher player, to analyze the situation and see if the pressure is enough to actually be able to cast a Stock Up, to get some couple of cards without being on the verge of death by getting attacked or getting bolted or whatsoever. And I think Michal did analyze the situation correctly. He will not be able to get the lethal damage through this turn. So that's why they probably just bolted themselves and played the Stock Up.
Absolutely. And we did see a Lotus Bloom among the cards in the Stock Up, and we can see that he did pick it as it comes into suspend, and he passes the turn. Olsen responds on the end step by fetching the Marsh Flats and getting an Elegant Parlor. Very powerful Surveil land from Murders at Karlov Manor. We're going to see if he likes what he sees, and he does, so he's going to pick that up and draw it. We see 2 Guide of Souls on the battlefield, which we know can explode very quickly, and there's an Ocelot Pride, which is exactly what Olsen was looking for. Straight up to 3 energy.
Changes, yes.
Notably, will have gained life, as you gain 1 life whenever a creature enters with the Guide of Souls. So Ocelot Pride is going to make a cat later on in the turn, as we see 3 of that energy being spent in order to jump 1 of the Guide of Souls. That's 4 damage coming in. Michal's at 11. Pressure's on now.
Yes, and they do not have this. Is it City's Blessing, I think?
They don't have the City's Blessing just yet. Only 7 permanents in play once this cat comes onto the battlefield. We see Olsen counting.
Counting many cats.
We are going to gain 2 more life and 2 more energy, so it very much looks like we're going to see another creature being jumped next turn if there's another creature in Olsen's hand. But Olsen misses his 4th land drop.
So as it seems now, I think if you want to go off as the Belgian player, you need to go off now. I don't think you can have another turn going just because the pressure is so much.
Absolutely. I can count 6 power on the battlefield right now. If you want to, that's very dangerous if you want to play a land untapped, because Olsen can just play another creature and then you're in trouble. But we see he's eyeing up a Thundertrap Trainer here, maybe looking to put a blocker on the battlefield. But with Guide of Souls able to give creatures flying, that might not work in his favor. We see Thundertrap Trainer come down. We're going to look at the top 4, and we're going to get a non-creature, non-land card from it. I do see Spell Snare, Tameshi.
Ah, there we go.
I do see Razorgrass Ambush here.
Yeah, we talked about that.
We did have a little chat about this before the streams. We were very intrigued by Razorgrass Ambush as a card, but it's just another white land that lets you cast some of your white sideboard cards. But I don't see any white mana for Michal at the moment, and Razorgrass Ambush being the only untapped white land that he has access to.
Also at this point, I don't think it does anything, because it only deals 3 damage.
Yeah, it's not really going to answer anything relevant. Maybe an Ocelot Pride, but that's only going to be 1 damage if the other Guide of Souls is the one that gets jumped. And Olsen will clearly be aware that a card like Razorgrass Ambush could be in play for him. But I do see a Spell Snare, and it looks like that's what he's looking to get, and that is exactly what he reveals. Spell Snare, a very powerful card against these Boros Energy decks, as they play a lot of very powerful 2-drops.
Yes, I mean, the worst case scenario would be, as of now, would be just Olsen just playing Goblin Bombardment, which would seal the deal on his side. So, of course, Spell Snare is the best card you could pick from this pile.
I think that's just what Michal is looking for. He's looking for some easy interaction, doesn't have to pay much life for it. Spell Snare absolutely fits the bill and covers some of the more scary cards that Olsen could be playing next turn. Looking to buy himself some time here, but does he have a 4th land to play? He does, and he plays Soporific Springs untapped and goes down to 8.
He bolts himself?
He's bolted himself. That's very interesting. I think I do see a Flare of Denial in hand for Michal. So Michal able to answer anything that Olsen puts in front of him, but going down to 8 life with Ocelot Pride, 2 copies of Guide of Souls, as a Galvanic Discharge does come down to answer the Thundertrap Trainer here. I think Michal is in big trouble now.
Definitely. He could let it go. He could just counter it, but the problem is there's so much pressure going, and I think Olsen can basically just untap and attack, and he do get another activation of the Guide of Souls.
Here's something though, I have seen an Into the Floodmoor in Michal's hand. He has sided 1 in, so he is able to answer something, but notably that Galvanic Discharge has gotten Olsen up to 3 energy, which will allow him to put flying on a creature without playing a creature himself. So that Spell Snare has suddenly, in my view, it's become a little bit worse now.
Yeah. Just have to see what Olsen is going to do. He's considering his options, and I think since you just want to keep the pressure going, you can just move to battle step and then just attack and just see where it goes.
Absolutely.
Because the Lotus Bloom isn't coming off of suspend for 2 more turns,
Mm-hmm.
so you're not facing immediate threats.
Absolutely, and we do with the the Floodmoor we've spotted in his hand, we do start to see the rationale between playing that land untapped, looking to interact with something like a Goblin Bombardment that could just end the game immediately, while also giving good consideration to Olsen's creature strategy. As we see Olsen go to combat straight up, going to attack with all of his creatures now. What is he looking to jump? It looks like he's going to jump the Ocelot Pride here.
Yeah, I mean, Olsen needs to activate the ability to threaten lethal, to threaten the action of Mikhail.
We see that's going to run afoul of and into the Floodmoor. Ocelot Pride coming back into Olsen's hand.
So just
Olsen is paying the 3 energy.
So it's basically just, what is it, 4 or 5 damage? So Mikhail will survive on
Mikhail
3.
does have an extra turn, but Lotus Bloom isn't in play yet, so it isn't looking like Mikhail is going to be able to combo on the next turn.
And you can just main phase 2, play the Pride, or just pass, because he still has lethal on board.
Absolutely. We're going to see what Olsen's looking to do here. Is he looking to replay the Ocelot Pride, or potentially does he have something better? Something like a Clarion Conqueror would be really good right now, just to slam the door shut for Mikhail, knowing that he's used up his Into the Floodmoor.
I think even better. What?
Well, that's not going to work.
I think even better wouldn't be the Clarion Conqueror, but just an Orange Champion upkeep. Just get that extra turn in and just attack.
Just seal the deal, slam the door shut for Mikhail.
Yeah. Because the problem is, if he runs out Clarion Conqueror, he saw an Into the Floodmoor, and Michal still has 1 mana open, so he could have another one, in theory.
We do see Ocelot Pride trigger, as he did gain life when the Ocelot Pride entered, thanks to those 2 Guide of Souls. Not quite enough. I see 8 permanents on the battlefield, but Mikhail is going to scoop it up. He knows he's dead, and we're off to a game 3 in this Boros Energy versus Belcher matchup. What a matchup so far.
For sure, definitely. So we saw the power of Belcher in game 1. We saw the power of Boros Energy in game 2.
Mm-hmm.
And now Michal is on the play again, which could change the outcome again.
Absolutely. Olsen definitely not wanting to be on the draw here. Play versus draw in this matchup is so important. But we did get some useful insight on some of the cards that have come in and out from Mikhail's deck. We saw him sideboard out some of the free interaction. I see Force of Negation, a couple of Flare of Denials
Torpor Orb,
coming into the sideboard.
interesting.
Torpor Orb, that's a very interesting inclusion in his deck. Maybe he's worried about sort of Esper Blink decks, as Torpor Orb is a very powerful card in that matchup. But do we think that is powerful enough against Boros Energy?
It's
money's
definitely
no.
a bad idea to put in Torpor Orb against Boros Energy. I can see it shutting off the Guide of Souls. However, if the opponent has a Flage, the Evoke trigger gets countered, and Flage will stay on the field.
Absolutely. So probably not the best then. And let's also not forget Olsen having access to Wear Tear as an easy way to interact with these sort of stacksy hate artifacts. So not as powerful as maybe I was thinking.
I think being the Belcher player, you could almost go back to the 60 cards you were playing at the beginning and just put out some cards for sideboard cards. I don't think you need to over sideboard on Michal's behalf.
Absolutely. Michal very much in the driver's seat. He's on the play in game 3 against Boros, so he very much is in a good spot. What do you think he's looking for to seal the deal here?
I think Michal is basically just looking for, of course, Lotus Bloom turn 1, into a couple of lands, into a little bit of interaction, into a Belcher. Or maybe just I would like to see into the Flopma in his starting hand, just as a good answer to everything.
Yep, absolutely. And from Olsen's side, he's looking to get a very similar fast start like he's gone against, like he got in game 2.
I
Very
mean,
much looking for that.
yeah, Olsen's play, or basically Olsen's game two, could have gone out of hand if there wasn't the what was it, disrupting show countering the John.
Yeah,
That was a crucial play on Michal's behalf.
very very much a big part of why he won game 1 as well.
Definitely.
A very aggressive use of disrupting shoal in that scenario. But I feel like knowing what the Boros Energy deck is capable of and some of its more broken starts, it's very much in Michal's best interest to be aggressive with his counter magic and just interact in the early turns the way that he can through the stack. As we see, Michal has a subtlety in his hand, very interesting.
Interesting though.
We see Jawari Disruption. I see a couple of Bane Veils.
That's a good hand.
Suppression Ray coming down as an early start. Very much what Michal is looking for here, as we see Olsen start off with a Sacred Foundry, and third time's the charm. Here's another Guide of Souls to start us off. And we're going to see what Michal's going to do. He's going to untap, he's going to draw a card. We're going to see what he draws. I can't see what he's drawn, but I'm sure we'll figure it out soon enough. We're going to see what Michal's going to look to play. He's looking to play a land. Looks like a hydroelectric specimen. Is he looking to play it tapped or untapped? He's going to play it untapped, maybe eyeing up a 2-drop.
I think I see why, because I think Michal has the Jawari Disruption in hand and hopes to counter a 2-drop.
We see a Ragavan in Olsen's hand. We're going to see what Olsen's going to do here. I think he's about to play a fetch land. Maybe reconsidering. Nope, we're going to play the Marsh Flats. We're going to start off with a Ragavan, playing around the Jawari Disruption here. We're going to see what Michal's going to do about it. He's potentially eyeing up that subtlety. Is that what he's looking to do here? I also see Stock Up in his hand.
I think you need to. I think you need to subtlety this one. Yeah.
We do see subtlety come down, indeed, exiling the Jawari Disruption.
Just getting to the later turns, because if Ragavan hitting Michal isn't that dangerous in its own just by exiling the card, the more dangerous part of it is the extra treasure which is building, which gives him more plays.
Absolutely. Very dangerous card that Michal doesn't really have an easy way to answer on the battlefield, so answering it with a subtlety is exactly what the Doctor ordered for him. We're going to see Olsen is deciding if he wants to put it on the top or bottom of his library.
And we do see Michal has the third land in hand to play untapped to either stock up or play Tamashi.
We're going to see Olsen fetch in response here. What is he potentially looking to do in response to this subtlety? Or maybe he's just looking to get a land before he puts the Ragavan on top?
Maybe.
We see Elegant Parlor come down, though. Notably not an untapped land, so Ragavan looking to be the only play for Olsen here. And that's definitely not where he wants to be.
Yeah, I think Olsen just wants to check whether or not he wants to put it on top or on the bottom.
But also putting it on the bottom. Perhaps he just doesn't want to draw it again.
But if you don't want to draw it again, why not just let subtlety resolve and then, oh yeah, I mean, it gets fetched away.
He's perhaps not looking to draw it off the top, but we do see Lotus Bloom come onto suspend here. Probably the card that he'd drawn, as I imagine he would have played it at the earliest opportunity here.
So we're probably gonna see a stock up, which will hurt with 3 damage, but maybe we'll find the remaining pieces we need.
And we do see Hydroelectric Laboratory come down untapped again. Michal has dealt more damage to himself than Olsen has done to him. As we see Stock Up come down, we're going to look at the top 5 cards of the library. We're going to pick 2 of them and put them in our hand, and the rest are going to go on the bottom in any order. We're going to see what Michal is looking at. What do we think he's looking for off this stock up in this situation?
I would say probably another land because Michal has run out of lands, and maybe some interaction spell for example, like subtlety or force of negation or flare of denial, which wouldn't make anything because he doesn't have a creature.
I mean, getting mana screwed in a Belcher deck? That's insane.
It's possible.
It is
I think
very possible.
I think Michal actually just looked for either a land or the what are the two creatures, the Thundertrap Trainer as well as the what's the other one?
Pelagic Archaeologist.
Yeah, I think he's looking to see a couple of some of these.
We're going to see Olsen is shocked in a Sacred Foundry, looking to tap 3 mana here, perhaps a Fable or a Flage. A Seasoned Pyromancer coming down.
We will never see a Flage coming. Question is, what do we discard?
He appears to have just gone straight up to three energy as he discards a Voice of Victory, and I don't know what the other card is, but I think it might be an Ocelot Pride or a Static Prison. Regardless, that's going to put 2 elementals in play. Also going to gain 3 life and gain 3 energy, so we're going to have a Flying Guide of Souls very soon. And look at it go as we see it attack in. Use the 3 energy to put 2 counters and a flying counter on the Guide of Souls. Michal is now down to 10, and now it's crunch time. We're going to see what Michal's going to do here. He does have the tools he needs to take over this game, but it looks like it's very reliant on that Lotus Bloom going off.
Oh, not necessarily. He could have picked Word of Invention with the stock up.
Oh, absolutely. It looks like we've gone to time on the round here. Unless it's always been 0 minutes.
No, it's always been 0.
So it's not time on the round. You can ignore me on that one, folks. But nonetheless, it very much looks like there's only going to be a few more turns left in this game either side. Also now has a board presence and is looking to apply a lot of pressure to Michal's life total. And Michal is looking to combo as quickly as possible. We see him tap 2 mana here. What's he looking at? We see Falaji Archaeologist. Going to mill 3 cards, get a non-creature, non-land card. We see Whir of Invention among the 3. We also see Spell Snare. What do you think we're looking for in this situation?
I mean, going off the situation, it's a tough pick because we know we will be too slow to resolve the exiled Lotus Bloom.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you need to get disruption. So we have to take a Spell Snare, even if we don't want to.
I think I'm inclined to agree with you there. You just need to slow Olsen down by any means necessary. But no, he was eyeing up the Spell Snare, but he has taken the word now. Perhaps he's thinking with this Falaji Archaeologist, he's relatively safe. We're going to see Seagate Restoration or Seagate Reborn come in tapped. Olsen's going to untap with all his creatures.
So
I don't know what he's going to do. He might be able to seal the deal right now.
I mean, what's the damage on board? We have 2, 4, plus 3. We have 7 damage.
We have 7 damage. So not quite enough, but getting there.
And Falaji can block the Seasoned Pyromancer, so it's only 5 damage. With a Flage, it would be 8 damage, so it's not lethal.
It's not lethal just yet, and the Falaji Archaeologist very much throwing a spanner in the works for Olsen. But that Flying Guide of Souls is going to let a lot of damage through. Looks like an attack for 5 if that Archaeologist isn't dealt with versus an attack for 7, which is still a 2-turn clock for Michal, so very much crunch time for him. Olsen thinking about his options. What does he want to do? He is the beatdown. He's got a board presence. He's applying pressure. Michal has dealt a lot of damage to himself, which has very much helped Olsen in this situation. He sees the Lotus Bloom with 2 counters on it. He knows he is on a clock.
So it's this type of board, which if you would have 2 bolts, it would have won you the game. But nobody's playing Lightning Bolt anymore.
Ooh, we see a dashed Ragavan here.
Interesting.
Notably can't be spell snared. although we know he didn't take it, and I don't believe he has one. But just a little bit more pressure for Olsen here as we see a
Mhm.
full attack. Archaeologist going to block the Ragavan. That makes perfect sense, and we're going to get 7 damage in for Michal. Michal going down to 3. He can't play any more untapped lands. He's got a whir in hand. He's got a little bit of a disruption. I do see a Belcher in his hand. As Ragavan comes back to hand, we're going to see what Michal can do here, but he's very much on the ropes. This is probably his last turn of the game. We see Lotus Bloom tick down to 1 counter. What is Michal looking to do here to save this game? It's looking very difficult for him.
Yeah, a land won't do it because all the untapped lands bolt him. So
Land will kill him.
yeah, exactly. So it's a worth
Oh, we
for a
see
Lotus
where,
Bloom
but
keeping
we
off
know that
one.
Tameshi's in his hand. We know that Tameshi's in his hand, and he's got enough mana to do the loop.
Now we just
Michal
have to
about to
see
win
it.
this game.
Now we just have to see it also as interaction. It's this kind of game state where Fragrant Charm could exile the Lotus Bloom being in the graveyard.
That would be very useful if he's kept it in. We see Tameshi go on the stack. Does Olsen have anything to deal with it? No.
Does it resolves? So do we see something or do we just see a concession?
Oh, no. It looks like Olsen might have something to say about it.
Okay, so it
Yeah,
gets
so
returned to
he's
the
so
hand.
he's put the hydroelectric specimen back in his hand. He's cast a Tameshi. Olsen has a response. Is it an orange chant?
No,
No, he's
it's
just going to
the
kill the
automatic
Tameshi,
discharge.
so he can't do the loop.
Unless no, Michal didn't have anything in hand.
But the Lotus Bloom is going to come back. Did Michal draw his card off the Tameshi when he bounced that land? I don't think he did.
I'm not sure. I didn't take notes on that.
Might have missed that trigger here, but he
But
extends the
he's
hand, and Olsen is going to take this match 2-1 against Belcher. Wow, that was
it was an interesting game.
that was down to the wire. I mean, crazy game.
Yeah, you can see Olsen having the right cards at the right moment, waiting patiently for it to matter. Well executed.
Yeah, did a very good job there. That does it for round 2 of the Paprykarz Modern Destination Qualifier in Warsaw, Poland. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. When we come back, we will have round 3 up and ready to go. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in 10 minutes' time. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Paprykarz Modern Destination Qualifier in Warsaw, Poland. I'm Lucifer. I'm joined by Freezy Peasy, and we're here for round 3 of 7 of the Modern Destination Qualifier tournament. We've got a little bit more Boros for you, but we've also got Esper Blink, which is a deck that we talked about a little bit earlier. A very powerful deck that is emerging in the modern format.
Yes, it has seen a little bit of play beforehand. It was good. It was a good mid-range deck. Had some wins here and there. A very consistent deck as well with Overlord of the Baelmerk and the what's the reanimator called?
Emperor of Bones.
Exactly. But it did get a great addition from Quantum Riddler with its warp ability. Although it's not going to see play as a 4-off in many decks, basically just 2 or at maximum 3, because it still is a clunky card, but it can get you back into the game, which is amazing.
Yeah, it's a very powerful card. And before we get to the matchup, let's just remind ourselves of what our players are playing for. This is a qualifier event, so there are 5 times points available for the Polish national leaderboards. Obviously, our players here are looking to qualify for Polish nationals in addition to winning the event. The winner gets an invite to the European Magic Cup that is happening in February 2026. Someone correct me on that if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm not. Top 4 are getting an absolutely beautiful Flooded Strand with an altered sleeve, which is just, it's beautiful, and I want one. And I should probably press this button, shouldn't I? The top 4 are also getting an RFG deck box max, courtesy of our sponsor from Heavy Play, whereas the rest of the top 8 are getting an RFG deck box. Lots of juicy prizes on store for our players. And they're looking to qualify for Polish nationals to be in with a chance of winning an absolutely gorgeous altered Bayou alongside an invite to the European Magic Cup. The top 8 will all get invites alongside some beautiful playmats, some gorgeous, absolutely adorable Eldrazi promos, might I add.
It's just a cute promo.
It is so cute. Who knew something so destructive could be so adorable?
I mean, looking cute while annihilating from the Big Brother side standpoint, why not? Why not?
Absolutely. And I think without further ado, we should just jump straight to our feature match here. We have Mikita Sharbaku, if I pronounced that wrong, I apologize, on Boros Energy versus Jakub Bryniarski, who is on our Esper Blink deck. What do we think about this matchup? Who do we think is on top?
I think it's pretty level, depending on the list Jakub is playing. Of course, Boros Energy being tier 1, having many angles to play with, being aggressive, can also play the mid-range game, as we've seen in the last round. Whereas Esper Blink is an interesting mid-range game, having a lot of early game interaction, having Graveyard Hate against Flage is a really good thing. Whereas having big creatures that don't get pummeled by a Galvanic Discharge easily. So this could be an interesting matchup to see.
Absolutely. As we see, our players have decided who is going first. We have Mikita looking at their hand right now. I see a couple of lands, Goblin Bombardment. I don't know what else I can see there. I think I see a Ragavan. So not a terrible start from the Boros Energy deck, but Jakub has mulliganed 2-6. Probably looking for something a little bit better.
I was definitely looking for something a little bit better. Maybe just through some late game plays.
I definitely feel like the Esper Blink deck mulligans better than most, since all the cards generally work together. You're not looking for a particular sequence. And you have a lot of ways to recoup those lost cards through mulliganing. So definitely not a disaster for Jakub.
Definitely. Interestingly, though, it does mulligan better, but it's a lot more taxing due to the fact that it's tricolored.
Absolutely.
So,
the mana base is a consideration here for sure.
and it is a painful mana base because running I think around 2 surveil lands and the rest are shock lands. It's pretty painful.
Absolutely, and we saw how that affected our Belcher player in the previous round. Bolting himself to play untapped lands every turn really cost him once Ulson had gotten a board state. But we see another very powerful one drop coming in Ragavan Nimble Pilferer. Very powerful card from Modern Horizons. People thought this card was going to get banned when it was released. In fact, it was only too powerful for Legacy, but a very powerful one drop in this Boros Energy deck that Jakob has got to be thinking about as he himself fetches and gets a meticulous archive, potentially looking for an answer to this Ragavan.
I mean, still thinking it is really powerful even for modern. Just a turn 1/2/1, making a treasure, exiling a top card. Such good stats. I remember back when there was just a 1-mana 1/1 drop, and that was considered powerful, and now we have 2/1 with upside.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy how far Magic design has come, for better or for worse. As we see Prismatic Ending exile the Ragavan, no treasures for you. We're gonna see what Mikita's looking to do here. We see him draw planes for the turn. He has another Ragavan in hand, so he could potentially dash it. We see that's exactly what he does as we see a dash Ragavan, and that's going to fall afoul of a Fatal Push. So Makita, nothing on the battlefield. Jakob at 19, definitely not where he wants to be.
Yes, I mean, the early game pressure has been taken off of Jakob, and I think if it comes down to the late game, Jakob will win because Esper is much more prepared for it.
Now we see a Goblin Bombardment come down for Makita, and we see a Failure flashed in, a very powerful card from Modern Horizons 3 that makes this Blink deck work so much better. A lot of very powerful interactions with this deck, and we do see Ketramos come down now. Failure is going to blink the Ketramos, which is going to trigger the Ketramos, and Jakob is going to lose a life, go to 18, and draw a card. That's going to come back and give Failure a counter later on, but for now, Makita's going to take 2 damage. This is a very good position if you're Jakob.
Definitely. Although there isn't a threshold for Ketramos to be able to attack, but it is a great clock, and Ketramos just every turn draws an additional cards. You can get outvalued pretty easily by that.
Absolutely. We see Seasoned Pyromancer come down for Makita here.
How can he play Seasoned Pyromancer? Is that an Elegant Parlor up there?
He's got an Elegant Parlor and a Sacred Fountain.
Fair enough.
So he can cast the card. I believe he discarded 2 Goblin Bombardments, so he's drawn all 3.
Yeah, I think
That's
if you
insane.
resolve one of them, you don't want to draw the other ones.
Absolutely.
Fetching most likely for a Surveil land, I presume. Or
no, we see him get an untucked.
So Jakob is respecting the possibility of Blood Moon there.
Absolutely. Boros Energy, known for being a deck that is very happy to play main deck Blood Moon. I remember playing a tournament, I believe it was the Axion Mega Modern that was last year that happened in Cardiff in Wales, and I played against Benton Madsen, who was playing Boros Energy. I was on Jeskai Control, and he had 4 main deck Blood Moon, which is a very rough card. But I remember he just played multiple Blood Moons against me, and I drew both my planes, and I escaped a Flage from the graveyard through a Blood Moon and killed him, and it was absolutely beautiful. But that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about Modern, as we see Relic of Progenitus exiling a card from the graveyard, and then exiling the entire graveyard. So Jakob is going to draw some cards here.
And I think Ketramos can go in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Ketramos can start attacking. A 4/4 indestructible menace lifelink is going to be very difficult for Makita to get through. This game could be over right now.
What is that card? Oh, that's an
That's an
overlord.
overlord.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean, I
let's add
think that
insult to injury. Why not? Let's get an overlord on the battlefield and start drawing some cards. Why not?
yeah, just deck with Ketramos with failure, exiling the overlord, and I think we can soon see where this is going.
But we do see Makita deciding to sacrifice all of his creatures to answer the failure. We see Solitude potentially coming down now. I also see Emperor Bones and another failure, but Solitude going to enter the hand for Jakob here.
And I do see the Riddler in hand. We do have a Riddler.
We do have Quantum Riddler. We see Hallowed Fountain entering tapped now. Ketramos getting in. Makita's going to go down to 13 and Jakob up to 18. And this game is slipping away from Makita very quickly.
Yes, if we would have an advantage bar, it would be pretty much tilted towards Jakob at this point. But we
It would be off
never
the
know.
screen in Jakob's favor for sure.
I think most pro players agree it's only over if you're at 0. So
The only amount of life that matters is the last point. But we see
exactly.
Ajani coming down now. Ajani, a very powerful 2-drop.
Being
Gonna get a
immediately able
2-1.
to be
He can
flipped.
flip this right now if he wants to. What's Makita looking to do? We see Fable come down. Fable the Mirrormaker. Very powerful card that has dominated Standard and Pioneer and, has even made multiple splashes in Modern and Legacy. A very, very powerful saga.
And I don't think you can outrun or outpace the life gain of Ketramos this way. So I guess we just have to see. I think this will be a Quantum Riddler trying to find maybe an Ephemerate or
I think I do actually see Ephemerate in hand, but nope, we just see another Overlord come down. Very respectable here. We see Quantum Riddler, we see 2 Thought Seizes, but he's going to get a Felia now. Probably looking to animate those Overlords. They can only be enchantments for so long. We see now, Jakob is eyeing up his options. He's got an Ephemerate, he's got a Quantum Riddler, so he does have the option to go for that line if he wants to, but just going to opt to swing in with the Ketramos here. Makita's going to take it. He's going to take 4 and go down to 7. Jakob's going to go up to a very healthy 22. Jakob in a very good spot here. And
yes.
It's looking very difficult for Makita to get back into this game.
I think at this point the line naming Menace on Ketramos is detrimental to it. Otherwise, you could just block and then just fling that creature towards your opponent's face with Goblin Bombardment. But to put it in perspective, now it would mean he would lose 2 creatures which could inflict more damage and more solutions.
I think Makita would need a lot more life gain and perhaps something like an Ocelot Pride in order to even pull that off every turn, which just doesn't look realistic.
And Ocelot Pride would actually mean the Ascent. Interesting.
Yeah. Speaking of the devil, there it is.
Yeah, we do have the Ascent. So now it's going to be an interesting part.
But we see Solitude coming down immediately in response.
Yeah, but we're missing a life gain anyway, so... But by doing this, the Ajani will get flipped, most likely. Oh,
he's going to target the Ajani, but the cat is now going to get sacrificed in response.
Yeah.
Almost assuredly. But we see Ephemerate is in Jakob's hand, so Makita's probably going to have to sacrifice a little bit more than that.
Yeah, but still, we do have the damage being dealt to Solitude, but I think this is the best line you can play. It also draws with...
down.
It also... Wait, no, it doesn't draw with Ketramos. It's not his turn.
Makita's going to eye up their options here.
Do you really want to fight over it?
But he's sacrificing in response to the Ephemerate. It's not even happened yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's nothing actually targeting anything just yet. Oh, I see. I think Makita's looking to actually kill the Solitude. But I think the way things have happened is that the damage on the Solitude hasn't resolved yet. So I think our players are just debating that.
Yeah, exactly. So I think maybe Makita didn't say resolve the damage and then do this. So probably that's what they're arguing about, because it could mean that Mikita would need to sacrifice 2 more creatures in order to fizzle the ephemerate.
It looks like a judge might have been called over in order to resolve the situation. It appears there's just a little bit of confusion as to which triggers are resolved, which triggers are on the stack. Jakob being under the impression that the damage from the initial cat sacrifice hasn't gone through yet, but Mikita insisting that it has gone through and looking to sacrifice a second creature in order to kill the Solitude in response to the Ephemerate, which would put Mikita in a slightly better spot than before. We see a little camera shake.
Yeah,
I think the judge has been called. The players just explaining what's going on here. But let's talk about this matchup while they're trying to resolve this, because it very much feels like Jakob has done everything that his deck wants to do. Mikita just spending the entire game on the back foot. Everything that was relevant has been answered in the early turns. Ketramos has come down with a failure, and some very silly things have happened on Jakob's board.
Yeah, of course, definitely. If you let Jakob do its thing for a couple of turns, the value engine will be online. And the important part was the 2 pieces of interaction in Fatal Push as well as Prismatic Ending, dealing with the 2 first couple of turn threats, giving him the leeway or leverage to go further. So also here we see a good example of why communication is key, and to more or less double check with the opponent on certain steps, just so you will not have any issue regarding life totals or game states.
Absolutely. I mean, regardless of what the ruling is here, it very much looks like Mikita is in very big trouble now, as Katramos has spent the entire game overwhelming Mikita's life total, shoring up his own. It's not only is it going to be very difficult for Mikita to survive a few more turns, it's also going to be very difficult for him to actually outrun what Katramos is doing and kill Jakob before he can.
Yeah. So, based on the decision of the judge, this could actually just be over, because that 1 damage being put on the Solitude before the Ephemerate could be what is the decisive factor of whether or not Mikita wants to shoot another creature or has to shoot 2 more creatures to be able to stop Solitude.
I think he'd have to lose his Ocelot Pride in that scenario, right? Which would be devastating for him.
I mean, Mikita probably has to lose almost their entire board just to get rid of the Solitude Ephemerate thing. So it's really important to see what's going to be the solution, or what's going to be the resolution of the judge call.
Absolutely. Regardless of what happens, one thing's for sure, there's no Galvanic Discharge in that hand.
We can count on that being a decisive factor, yeah.
He would have fired that off like nobody's business, and we wouldn't be in this scenario.
Yeah. Now, question is, what is that last card in Nikita's hand? I don't know.
It's probably not anything useful, and I think regardless, I think Jakob is going to end up taking this game.
So I think Jakob is just explaining the whole situation, what he wants to target with the Ephemerate and the resounding enter the battlefield trigger, if it resolves.
Absolutely. It looks like... Or does it?
I mean, on the judge's perspective, it is kind of difficult, because it's explanation versus explanation. And of course, I'm not sure about the location itself, if some people were around to actually hear or see anything going on. But yeah.
Of course. I mean, this just showcases the importance of calling a judge, right? When situations like these arise, they are here to resolve these disputes and to fix the game state when it's broken, and whenever confusion like this arises, be it with regards to where triggers are on the stack, be it the general state of the game, or you just need to read the oracle text of a card that's in a language you don't understand. That's what the judges are there for, and they're here to help at the end of the day. One thing's for sure, though, they're getting a juicy time extension.
Definitely. I do agree with you on that part. Judges aren't meant to be like the bad guys in the room. If something is amiss, call a judge. If you're unsure about something, call a judge. That's what they're here for. And yeah, that's what they're here for. Although sometimes it gets frustrating, but sure. So what did we actually, or did they appeal? I don't know. Oh no, we actually have.
Looks
Okay,
like
we
there
have
is a
the result.
resolution, and the ephemerate has resolved here, and is going to target the Ajani again. So I think we've not sacrificed the second creature to try and kill the Solitude, as the damage hasn't gone through yet.
Yeah, so damage wasn't put on the creature, therefore there was no second sacrifice.
And then, of
Well,
course,
this is a bad game state.
Makita letting go of the Ajani here, but Flage coming down
Rage is the
now.
last card. There we go. So
Flage,
we
not terrible. Flage is just gonna hit the Solitude, which makes perfect sense. You do not want Ephemerate hitting that again.
do have the Ascension, right? From the
Yes,
cat?
we do have Ascend. We would have gained life from the Ajani being exiled as well.
Exactly.
So we were always
So
going to get the
we do
two.
get the tokens.
Yeah, we were always going to get the tokens here. And we see the Goblin Shaman attacking, making a treasure. So we're going to get another treasure off of the Ocelot Pride, in addition to 2 cats. So Mikita has something to go off of here. We sort of have that engine now.
Yeah, so now Mikita can actually double block with the 2 cat tokens and then just ping those away to deny the life gain trigger of Ketramos. Although there is a failure on the field, but that gets immediately dealt with.
Absolutely. We see the cats sacrificing themselves to answer the failure pretty much immediately. Ephemerate is going to stay in exile. No juicy targets for that anymore. I don't think you want to flicker a Ketramos that can just attack. But notably now, Makita doesn't have a way to block the Ketramos and stop any life gain, so it looks like he's seeking to take another hit.
I mean, we do have the Riddler in hand, so I think Jakub is trying to actively find some graveyard hate. Additionally, it doesn't mean that Flade can go back or come back next turn, but Nikita has 2 cards other than Flage in graveyard, and does have an active Goblin Bombardment to fill the graveyard if they desire to do so.
We do see the Marsh Flats sacrificed here. We're going to get a Watery Grave now and take 3 damage. We're down to 13 now, is Jakub, but as we know, Ketramos can attack. Probably going to bring him up to 17 very soon. We're going to look at see what Jakub's looking to do here. So we see another Overlord
one.
of the Balamirk.
Okay. Let's see what they mill.
There's another Quantum Riddler. I think that's 3 Quantum Riddlers we've seen. Jakub going all in on the Powerful Sphinx.
Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. So we see the Emperor of Horn. That's pretty much like the best card you can pick, because it does activate triggering the Ketramos, and then you can get back a card. Presumably the Solitude, maybe? I don't know.
Actually, a very strong card against Flage.
Yeah, and with the opponent only having 2 creatures on board, he can just exile a card, draw a card, and then be on the interactive part of the game.
Absolutely. One thing's for sure.
Probably targeting Flage.
almost certainly targeting Flage, right? I mean, it's
Mm,
the card that threatens to overwhelm the
mm.
game.
I mean, you can target it, or necessarily you can target Quantum Riddler.
Oh, okay, there we go. Well, we see Makita sacrificed both his creatures to kill the Emperor Bones now. So now he's just got an empty board. Ketchamos is going to come in.
I
Makita's going
mean,
to take 4, go down to 6. Jakob going back up to 17, as we discussed. And Makita's got nothing.
oh,
As
we have
Quantum Riddler now comes
there we
down.
go. The new edition from Edge of Eternity.
And now we see what it does. You know, Jakob having not many cards in his hand, so he drew 2 cards instead of just the 1.
Ah, 2 mana, draw 3. That's nice.
And the warp exiling lets him draw another card off the Ketchamos. This is disgusting. This is gross.
I mean, you do lose a life, but who cares, right?
Who cares? You're at 16, you're getting 4
Yeah.
life return. Like you're living the dream if you're Jakob. It's like it doesn't get much better than this.
And gets to untap. This could be interesting. I don't know how many impending counters are left on the Overlord, but if they can come to the field, it's gonna be nasty.
Absolutely. We're going to see what Jakob's looking to do here. He's got solid hand. He's played a Marsh Flats for the turn. Just going to start off by swinging with a Ketchamos here, which Makita's going to take. So Makita goes down to 2 life. Very precarious life total for Makita.
And
Probably only
Jakob's,
has 1 more turn, and he's expected to deal 16 damage. As Jakob just passes the turn.
so Ketramos has lifelink, right?
Hmm?
Ketramos does have lifelink.
Yes, that
So
is correct.
I think they just forget to add the 4 life points.
We do see Seasoned Pyromancer exiled from Makita's graveyard. Makita not eyeing up Flage as a way to take down this game anytime soon. Just going to make 2 1/1s. Jakob potentially looks like he's eyeing up a Solitude. Going to exile the Reflection of Kikijiki, a very powerful card. In and of itself, not a terrible target here. Does he have an Ephemerate to keep it in play, as that would basically slam the door shut for Makita?
So it's hard cast Solitude, I presume? Yeah, it's hard cast.
Oh, it's hardcast. Never mind. The door is firmly slammed shut in his face. Notably, though, both that Ajani and that Fable of the Mirror Breaker should be exiled, but aren't. That is particularly relevant in the case of the Flage. Makita perhaps forgetting that Solitude is an exile spell. But his opponent not realizing the mistake either.
Could come back to bite them, but
I mean,
maybe they'll figure it out.
Given how far behind he is, I doubt it's going to have a reasonable effect on the game. But we see Flage come down from hand, going to deal 3 damage to the Solitude.
And ping the opponent. But I don't think at this point it matters.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. He's
They are
at
so
5,
far
so
ahead.
he's at 5, so it buys him a turn, but it doesn't do anything else. Like,
I mean, does it really buy him a turn?
well,
I mean, we do have
Jakob isn't
we
going to be able
have
to
2
kill.
tokens, right? But
Those are coming in, so
now I think Nikita just needs an answer.
perhaps Makita's just valuing trying to get in as much damage as possible and just trying to stall the game. You know, anything like a Static Prison can answer this Ketchamos, but Makita just not, not finding it. And is probably just valuing it, getting in and attacking more than he is valuing the...
I mean, what could Nikita have that...
That's the big question, right? As
I
Felia
don't
comes
think
down.
I don't think if you're Nikita, you want to go down to 1.
And Felia eats Galvanic Discharge almost as quickly as it took Jakob to cast the spell. It's gone.
That's
absolutely not, sir. You can
have
put
other
that back
cards
in the
on
graveyard where it belongs. Another land for Jakob. Jakob drawing a lot of lands here. Thankfully, he does have the Ketchamos, but Without it, he's very much a little bit flooded as Quantum Riddler comes down.
Playing,
Only one card in hand for Jakob, so Jakob
meaning
is going
draw
to draw
two.
two cards.
See, this is such an amazing feature of the warp ability, just being able to
Ah, there we go.
basically
Hello.
just exile it and play it in a later game. And that's a
Everything on
nail
the
of the top.
battlefield, and Relic of Progenitus was the card that made Makita scoop. How quaint. Jakub Brynjarski is going to take game one of this match on Esper Blink. It never really felt like Makita had a chance in this game, if I'm
Uh,
honest.
the early game answers got just won in the game, I think.
Turbo and Ragavan, Prismatic Ending. Okay, let me dash this Ragavan instead. Nope, I'm going to Fatal Push that. You've got nothing, and I'm just going to play Failure and Ketramos, and you're going to lose. Like, nothing Makita could have really done in that game against
Definitely no.
Jakub. Jakub just everything Makita did just lined up perfectly with what Jakub was doing, right?
It sure did. It sure did.
Well, there we go. That's game one in the books. Our players are going to be doing some sideboarding, and Freezy, I'm coming to you. Energy had a really rough game one. How are they looking to turn this around in game two through sideboarding?
That's a good question. I see from the list, of course, Blood Moon is definitely coming in, just being able to screw the opponent. We do have Wrath of the Skies as potential board wipes, as well as Wear and Tear being able to destroy the Overlord for, I think, 1 mana. Yeah, just for 1 mana.
Yep, Tear only cost one.
And I can see the Celestial Purges coming in to get rid of the Kentramos or any other black permanent.
There's quite a lot of them in the deck that, but I think the biggest ones are Ketramos and Overlord of the Balamuk, right? You really want to answer those quickly, otherwise they do just take over the game by themselves.
Yeah, you want to answer these two as well as the. I always forget that stupid reanimate card.
Emperor of Bones?
Yeah, you also want to exile the
you.
Emperor of Bones. Even though it's just mostly a 2-of, but if you can get one hit in exiling an Overlord, it's hard to come back.
Absolutely. Well, definitely a very rough game one for Makita, but there is a silver lining here as we see he's eyeing up some Celestial Purges and Wear Tears, I believe, all of those coming in.
Mm-hmm.
He is on the play for this game, which is going to make a world of difference. Perhaps he can stick a 1-drop and take advantage of being on the play. But let's talk about Jakub now. Jakub probably having that game going about as well for him as you could possibly ask for. How is he looking to strengthen his position in sideboarding? I can see a couple of cards that he might be eyeing up.
Yeah, definitely. I can see another Fatal Push coming in. I can see the Strategic Betrayal being able to exile a creature and their graveyard, as well as a couple of copies of the Wrath of the Sky just to get rid of the creatures, as well as the Goblin Bombardments.
A very spicy includes Strategic Betrayal coming in from Tarkir Dragonstorm. A very powerful sideboard card in Standard against the Izzet Cauldron deck that's ravaging the format and eating it for breakfast. But having a very fun role in the Modern format as a good way to answer both Boros' creature plan and their Ultimate Flage plan.
Oh, most likely. We just have to see what I think. I think Jakub's deck generally is well matched up against creature heavy decks as all. Plus, if it comes to sideboard, getting the board wipes in gives him more and more opportunities or more chances to get out. But I don't know. I think on behalf of what I can see in the list, it could be evenly or Jakub could be favored, although he is on the play this round.
Absolutely. It looks like Jakub has taken a mulligan here. Makita keeping his 7 and very happy with it. What sort of cards are Jakub looking for in the early turns to sort of prevent Boros Energy from taking over the game early?
I think the same cards as we saw before. I do think since he's on the play, he wants to see more Fatal Pushes than Prismatic Endings, just because if you just Prismatic Ending this, if you go the same route as the last round, you can Prismatic Ending, but then you will get hit by the Dash Monkey if there is another one. So I think Fatal Push is much more on the better side.
Absolutely, and you're probably not too happy to pitch a white card to a Solitude to answer a Ragavan, right? Let's have a look at Jakob's hand here. Makita appearing to point out a sleeve with a mark on it, but looks like Jakob is just able to rub it off. We see Jakob has kept his 6. It looks like our players are waiting. What are they waiting for?
Maybe Mikita got up and went to a judge for marked cards, which I don't see. I mean, I can see 2 edges of wear on cards, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's marked.
Absolutely not. You can see Jakob inspecting his sleeves a little bit, but generally, wear on sleeves isn't a big indicator of a card being marked. Is your sort of primary issue is if it's very specific cards that are marked. But you see a judge has been called here, and Makita is taking a look at that sleeve.
Yeah, now it's interesting. Now the question is that card which has the most wear on it, is it a crucial card or not? But
I feel like the judge is pointing out other sleeves as well that could have marks. But yeah, the judge is going to take a look at the deck and.
I think he just wants to see if cards have a similar wear or something like this. But I don't know.
I mean, from our perspective, it doesn't fully look like anything's wrong, but we are looking at the sleeves from a different distance, so maybe the players have seen something that we can't.
Yeah, and we do
But
have
the
some
judge
wear.
is inspecting the sleeves and just triple checking everything to make sure everything's all right. And there's no shame in calling for a judge in these scenarios if you do think that something is wrong.
So maybe that card and that card.
Oh, I think I see the problem. I think I see some dents in some of the sleeves. Yeah, some of the sleeves have got dents in them. So there are some marked sleeves.
So now the question is, what are these cards? If these cards are not crucial,
if they're all the same card, then
of course we have marked cards. If they're not the same cards, I don't see an issue. Just swap them, then it's fine.
I think he'll probably just be asked to replace the sleeves that have the marks on them. It's only if very specific cards in the deck, like key cards, if he's marked all of his Ketramoses or all of his Ephemerates, then we've got to do an investigation here. But if it's all just random lands and spells that aren't really that coherent to the deck, and you can't easily identify them, it's not so much of an issue. It's more just like, okay, have a warning, you've got some marked cards, it's a bit ad hoc, but replace the sleeves.
What? So they've shuffled or?
It looks like they've just shuffled up the deck.
Huh.
And I think they're playing on.
I'm getting confused here. I mean, if you could see them as marked cards or like anything, the judge would force you to change the sleeves and then you shuffle the deck. So I don't see why they were just shuffling and putting it back.
Well, we see the game has started now. We see Makita started by cracking a Flooded Strand. Going to take 3 to get a Sacred Foundry here and play a Ragavan. Turn 1 play, exactly what Makita's looking for here. Jakob now takes a draw. Immediately cracks a Flooded Strand, and he's got a Prismatic Ending to answer that Ragavan. So Makita not sticking a 1-drop here, but he's got plenty of chances to get in some early damage and provide some resistance to what Jakob's looking to do later on in the game. As we see Makita fetch another land and plays an Ajani. It's going to make a 2-1 cat, and Makita's going to pass to Jakob now, who's going to untap and draw. We're going to see what he's going to play now.
I think land it overlord would be good.
Land into
And really,
Overlord, that's exactly as you said. Gonna mill 4 cards. We see a Failure, a Riddler, and a Solitude.
yeah,
Solitude's
Solitude
gonna
would be
be what we take here. Solitude, a very good answer to the Ajani. Overlord's gonna tick down to 4. Mikita untaps and draws. We're going to see what he's going to do now. I see a Guide of Souls. I see a Blood Moon in his hand. But Jakob's only played basics, very heavily respecting the Blood Moon here.
still Jakob. If Blood Moon resolves, will not have blue mana, but I don't think that matters too much right now.
If anything, it's going to stop something like a Psychic Frog coming down, right? Which is a very powerful card in its own right. We see, hello. This is a very good board presence for Mikita here, as we see Guide of Souls into Ocelot Pride, going to gain some life. We're going to make a guy. We have permanents, but Mikita notably missing his 3rd land drop. Maybe that'll come back to bite him. We don't know. As we see Bleachbone Verge coming down as the land for turn, and I'm noticing a lack of blue mana, but we do see a Solitude pitching an Ephemerate.
Interesting.
Interesting that Ephemerate is pitched here.
Unless there's a rat in disguise. Yep. Perfectly cleaning up the entire board.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
So now again, Mikita on the backbone, staying on 2 mana is rough, while there is an impending Overlord. So
and we know that he has a Blood Moon in hand as well, so Mikita's in a little bit of trouble here. But we see the 3rd land now. Marsh Flat's going to be cracked. We're going to see what he's going to get. Is he going to get a Sacred Foundry, or is he going to get another Plains? Another Plains, he decides.
yeah, I think that's
Looks like Blood Moon is imminent.
Yeah, indicating Blood Moon play. Although Blood Moon will not be punishing too much. The gold one.
Blood Moon relatively fine. It's only going to cut Jakob's access to blue mana, as we see Jakob untap and draw.
Notably, Jakob could just prismatic ending the Blood Moon by having 3 colors now, but opts to just go for the Emperor and
Jakob playing an Emperor of Bones, but notably tapping his planes to do so, meaning he can't hold up something like an Ephemerate or anything else that he wants. But Flage is going to come down and is going to answer this very powerful Emperor of Bones. But we see the 4th land now. Flage looks like it's going to escape relatively soon.
Just needs 1 more card in the graveyard, and then Flage will hit the field.
We see an Overlord come down now.
Or never mind. You can just... No, you don't have black left. So...
Doesn't have black anymore. We see an Overlord milled, but you can't get that back. You can only get non-avatar creatures.
I think you just could get Failure back in that case.
Yep. That very much feels like a good option.
Because either way you can... First off, you can just blink an Overlord, or you could just blink the Blood Moon and then be able to fetch 4 basics. And
absolutely.
Give you the trifecta.
Mikita has untapped and drawn, but if you're on Jakob's side, you've got to feel like this Blood Moon has actually set you back a little bit. Mikita just passing as Felia comes down.
So now, Felia, what is Felia exiling? That's the question. Okay. So it's going to be probably aware.
Ooh, Thraben Charm is going to come down and answer the Overlord that the Felia wants to exile. Going to blow Jakob out here, but Mikita's still going to take 2 damage off this Felia if it's not answered. Notably, that is as well the 6th card in graveyard to escape the Flage, which is exactly what Mikita's going to do here. Flage is going to come down, deal 3 damage to the Felia. I'm very curious how that Overlord has come back.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I think I understand. I think it's just through the regular impending.
Oh yeah, that could be.
I know Jakob has missed a land drop in this game, so.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
But here's Overlord going to attack now.
Get the trigger on, and probably just get back Felia.
We see Quantum Riddler. We see the Quantum Riddler come down, but there's a big problem here in that we can't actually cast it.
Yeah, we don't have blue. So
Felia's just going to come back. Felia,
I
a
think,
very resilient dog.
yeah, I think Thalia is actually the only viable card at this point.
Because I know Jakob has a Flicker Wisp in his hand, but he can't cast it because of the Blood Moon.
Yep.
Blood Moon is putting in the work in this game and has really just completely starved Jakob of options. And here we go. Here is Seasoned Pyromancer and Goblin Bombardment. So,
but it's not enough. It's only 1 damage to Thalia. So
Makita has missed the discard draw trigger, and I see he had 0 cards in hand. Well, it's a blue land, but it's not a basic.
it is, but Thalia can exile the Blood Moon if they choose to do so.
Ooh, there we go. Yep, no, that you
So
absolutely bang on.
now we actually do get at least 1 turn where we can do something. And the best case scenario would be now playing a Flooded Strand, getting the basic island if it's not milled yet. Or just get back Quantum Riddler or Witch Enchanter to get rid of the Blood Moon when it comes back.
Absolutely, and it's a card he can actually cast, as we see. Seasoned Pyromancer comes down, is going to trade with the Felia. Felia off the battlefield again, but Witch Enchanter now comes down, and it's going to get rid of the Goblin Bombardment instead of the Blood Moon. Perhaps Jakob thinking that the Blood Moon isn't so much of a worry for him, as now he can fetch the Marsh Flats.
So I think Jakob is probably just checked if he still has a Surveil land, which he does most likely, so he gets a Surveil off. Because I don't think
We see him get a basic plains.
2 basic plains.
He's got a second basic plains. That is going to be huge, as that's going to allow him to cast a Flicker Wisp, and he can now flicker that Witch Enchanter to answer the Blood Moon.
Or just hardcast Solitude, or do whatever he pleases.
Absolutely. Makita passes again with 5 mana up, potentially signaling a certain activated ability coming in from the graveyard and making some guys. Blood Moon well and truly down. Makita now, as we see Galvanic Discharge is going to answer it, but Ephemerate is going to completely blow out Makita here. What does Makita have in response?
Wear and Tear for the Overlord.
Yep, Where to Answer the Overlord is perfect here, as Makita thinking the coast is clear, and now Blood Moon is well and truly off the battlefield. Makita now has access to his blue cards.
Yes, Makita needs to be able. I don't know if is the Flage still in the graveyard of Makita? I think so, right?
He is still in the graveyard. Flicker Wisp coming down now. Flicker Wisp is going to flicker the Surveil land. That's going to come back on the end step. Jakob going to decide if he wants to top card of his library. We don't fully know what it is, but I think it's a black card.
So I think
Makita surveilled in response as well.
I think Makita can actually get back the Flage next turn. So that's an angle we need to worry about as the Esper player.
Absolutely, and Jakob's going to be thinking about Arena of Glory. We've not seen an Arena of Glory come down at all so far this tournament.
Yeah, and here it is.
But we do see Flage come down. What's it going to answer? Going to answer the Flicker Wisp. Makita gains 3 life. Up to 9 now. And Makita... Jakob has a question to answer now. You know, Makita has posited the Flage to him. Wrath of the Skies for 3. Yeah, that'll do it. It'll only answer the Flage since Witch Enchanter has a mana value of 4. And now Jakob's getting in with the little Witch Enchanter that could. Makita down to 10 life. Must have missed a life game from Flage previously, as we thought he was at 9, but he was clearly at 12.
So I think Makita is missing, 1 or 2 cards in the graveyard to bring back Flage again. So maybe we have a turn of leeway. Or not. Oh, no, we do have. So it's Showdown of the Skulls, right?
Showdown of the Skulls, yeah. Powerful enchantment from Kaldheim is just going to make 3 lands at a Ragavan. Jesus. That's something, folks.
I mean, at least Mikita's not missing land drops.
No, he's not missing land drops for eternity almost. Arena of Glory is a very powerful land that we've not talked about though. You know, it enters tapped unless you control a mountain, so it's kind of got a check land aspect. But the powerful ability is that you can pay a red and exert it to gain 2 red, and if you spend that mana on a creature spell, it gains haste. Talk me through this card and the power it has in the Boros Energy deck as Ragavan gets dashed.
Wait, isn't dashing only from hand?
Let me triple check.
For its dash cost, if you do no, doesn't
No,
say.
you can dash it from exile.
Fair enough. So the power of Arena of Glory, it's unnatural. If you do run red, if you do run aggro deck, it's one of the best cards. Even so, you have to tap one mountain, or you have to add one red source, tap itself, exert it to get 2 red mana, and whatever you cast off of a creature with these mana, it will immediately get haste. So you can just, for example, add 2 mana, use one of those to play a monkey. Regularly, it will get haste, while using the second one to escape Flage with haste as well. So it's really powerful if played in the right shell.
Witch Enchanter coming down is going to answer the Showdown of the Skulls. Nope, no friend, you are not allowed to put counters on your creatures. Does Makita even care about that, though?
I don't think so. I mean, what's the reading on Showdown?
I mean, Makita doesn't have creatures to put counters on in the first place, but we do see Arena of Glory get played,
Yeah, you can
and
just play that.
it looks like he's eyeing up an exit here. Are we going to see Flage come down? It very much looks like it. We're going to exert Flage, and we're going to give that Flage haste, baby.
Yeah, so we're just gonna bolt the Witch Enchanter and attack for 9. Or if we, I think you can just bolt the Witch Enchanter and attack, bolt the other Witch Enchanter, and then just attack in for 6.
It looks like we're seeking to dash Ragavan as well here.
Or we're going to use the mana off of the arena, the second one.
Ooh, potentially. We do see a tapped Flooded Strand here. How's that happened?
Where? No, that's Meticulous Archive.
No, the Flooded Strand is exiled off the Showdown of the Skulls. My bad.
Oh, okay. The top right. Okay, sure.
Ooh, Fatal Push.
Good answer.
That's pretty good, and you can. I believe you've already fetched. If you've not already fetched, you could use a treasure, and that is able to answer. The Witch Enchanter if you want to kill it.
Or you can just sacrifice the treasure if Revolt.
Jakob is down to 2 now. If Makita has a Flage in hand, we're done here. Oh, yeah, nope. And
no.
Makita sees the line, Fatal pushes his own token, flips the Ajani, he's going to 0 it, and Jakob is toast. Makita going to take game 2 here. That was very interesting with game.
So we did end the round here. It's on 0, but keep in mind they did have a couple of judge calls, so they did get a time extension.
Absolutely. So the round is not over yet for these players.
However, I don't think they will have much time. Maybe, I think, like 5 to 10 minutes at maximum. So they do need.
They had 2 relatively long judge calls, right? So there's every chance this game could end and it not be a draw. But let's talk about this, right? Makita had a very rough game 1. Nothing went his way and everything went Jakob's way. That can be very demoralizing when you have a game that's just so rough and there's nothing you can do. How would you as a player sort of navigate that situation and make sure you have the right mindset going into the sideboarded games?
That's tough. I mean, you should never let any frustration get to you. I mean, people can get good draws. Most of the time, it just seems that you are unlucky. But I think you have to keep the mindset that every single game is a new game and every single game is a new chance. Because if you get stressed or if you put yourself down, you will make misplays, and which will frustrate you more. So I think just forget what happened in the last two rounds or last two games, and then just go from there.
Regardless, a loss isn't going to be too punishing in the 7-round tournament, as both players are at 2-0. They've had a good start to the tournament already. Losses are inevitable for
So
most of these players, but Mikita and Jakob looking to continue their undefeated streak. It looks like both players have mulliganed to 6 here, Freezy.
yeah, I see both mulligans. I think both probably were not too happy. Jakub probably not having interaction early game, and Mikita not having pressure early game is most likely the point. But we'll see. At least we're not getting a judge call for our cards anymore.
Absolutely. That issue is well and truly resolved as we see our players looking at their hands. Let's see what we can see in Mikita's hand. I see 2 lands. I see a
Mikita's
Ragavan. I see a Thraben Charm. Interesting that that's come in, but I sort of understand why it's there. I think we see a Fable as well. Maybe that's a Showdown under Skulls. I actually think it's Showdown. I don't think it's a Fable.
I think Mikita has a really nice hand.
It looks very solid.
Yeah, good early game pressure and good late game opportunities.
Absolutely. Jakob very much looking to have sort of an early interactive spell for that. As we see, he's drawn a Seasoned Pyromancer. We're going to see him fetch and shock to get a Sacred Foundry and play a Ragavan on turn 1.
The dreadful monkey.
It's a pretty dreadful monkey. It is the one drop that I think people dread most when playing Boros Energy. It is the removal check. You're basically telling your opponent, you need to answer this right now, or I'm going to gain an insurmountable advantage that is going to threaten to win the game on its own. And if you hit the right thing, it can just be game over sometimes.
So now the judge has attended as well, probably because they're the last ones playing, or some of the last ones playing, due to the time extension. So I think they want to play quickly, just to not have it end in a draw. But on the other hand, you don't want to make misplays by playing fast.
I think it's just like the previous Boros match. We've seen every single game go the exact same way, where we've seen the same one drop into the same removal spell. We've seen Ragavan bite a prismatic ending on turn 1 every single game so far, and it's happened yet again, which is what Jakob was looking for. But you've got to feel like you've used your mana a little bit inefficiently, maybe being on the play, hindering him slightly with prismatic ending being his only option to answer this Ragavan.
So we see Jakub still respecting the Blood Moon. That may come down on turn 3, so fetching for basic.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? We saw in the previous game how powerful the Blood Moon was in stalling Jakob and preventing him from casting his most powerful spells.
And
You
I
do see
think
Blood Moon is in hand for Mikita again.
And I
And he
think that
has
was
drawn the third land to
perfect draw.
cast it.
Yeah, perfect draw for Jakub, just to get the basic island so Blood Moon doesn't do anything. So Blood Moon at this point will only punish Mikita.
Absolutely. And we'll see if Mikita's looking to cast this Blood Moon here. He does know that the Flooded Strand is on that side of the battlefield.
I mean, I think at this point, I don't think you want to play Blood Moon anymore. I think you just want to play Pyromancer, discard Blood Moon to at least get a 1/1 off of it.
It doesn't sound like a terrible play, but perhaps Mikita's thinking about the cards that Jakob has in his mana base. Maybe he's thinking that Jakob doesn't have a basic island and a Blood Moon could still be useful here. I think we'll get some useful insight based on what he fetches. It looks like he's overlooked the basic planes though and has gotten a Sacred Foundry. Going down to 13 now. So it looks like Seasoned Pyromancer is on the docket.
Yeah, because this... Okay,
no!
interesting. I'm confused.
That's very interesting. Jakob is going to respond with a fetch here.
I think at this point, it's not a good play to Blood Moon the opponent just for the fact because you yourself running Arena of Glory, which will get turned off by the Blood Moon, and the opponent actually having what? Do they?
Yeah,
Maybe they have the
Jakob
island intent.
looks like he doesn't have the basic island in his deck, otherwise I believe he would have fetched it, but instead is going to look for something with a meticulous archive. It is going to become a mountain, but it is going to help him look for something to potentially answer this Blood Moon later. Wrath of the Skies is not it.
But failure is it?
But failure is very strong. So we see it's probably going to exile the Blood Moon and give Jakob a bit of respite here.
So I did check a list, and they don't run islands, basically.
Huh. Yeah, no island in the deck for Jakob. Maybe that'll come back to bite him. But we see Emperor of Bones come down now, looking to grow the failure instead of answering the Blood Moon. And we've got a basic plains, but potentially signaling an Ephemerate in Jakob's hand. Makita's just going to pass. He's not done anything.
Makita's probably holding up some interaction because otherwise you could just slam dunk the Seasoned Pyromancer or a Flage.
I believe I see a Thraben Charm and a Celestial Purge in Makita's hand. So Makita definitely holding up interaction, looking to answer something.
Yeah, Jakob doesn't need to do anything else. Jakob could just slowly chip away the opponent's graveyard while keeping the pressure on.
We see Felia exiling the Blood Moon here for the turn, so maybe Jakob looking to make use of his blue mana to cast something. We see Celestial Purge exiling the Emperor of Bones here. Emperor of Bones done some quite good work, and exactly on time, we see Quantum Riddler enter the battlefield, draw a card, and there's the Ephemerates. So Jakob going to draw another card here. Ephemerate going on the top of the deck to remind Jakob that he has a rebound trigger. But Jakob notably missed his fourth land drop. See Makita untap and draw. What's he looking to do here? I think he's drawn a Seasoned Pyromancer. Well, he's got a Seasoned Pyromancer in hand, and he's got a couple of lands.
And keeping in mind that the Quantum Riddler does have flying, so...
And here comes Showdown of the Skulls now. We're going to see what we exile off the top. Looking to find something here. Seasoned Pyromancer, Ocelot Pride, and 2 lands, neither of which are basic plains, but we can cast both spells next turn.
I mean, at this point, I think you should just attack and not flicker your Quantum Riddler.
I'm inclined to agree, to be honest, and I think that's what Jakob sees as well. I think he's acknowledged that he's the beatdown here as Ketramos now comes down. Not quite enough cards in exile, I don't think, for Ketramos to be online. I think there's only 6.
And taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, very much so. Makita's at 1 here. Makita's at 1, but Jakob is tapped out.
And Makita gets to untap with the Showdown of the Skulls.
I'm not sure what that's going to do here, because this Quantum Riddler is going to end the game.
I mean...
And he can't fetch! Well, he can't fetch anyways because of the Blood Moon, but... Okay, I think I see a line here. He has the option to Seasoned Pyromancer, discard 2 non-land cards, then he has just enough creatures for Thraben Charm to kill the Quantum Riddler. And then he can block all the creatures and stay alive. But that's a lot. It's a lot to ask for.
So checking the graveyard on if Ketramos is active or not. I don't know.
I don't think it is, but even if it was...
It doesn't make a difference. So we
I think Makita has seen that line.
Yeah, I think
he's got 2 non-land cards and the Thraben Charm, so he has to cast the one from exile, and he's discarded Ocelot Pride and Seasoned Pyromancer to draw 2 and make 2 elementals. That gives him 3 creatures so that the Thraben Charm deals 6 damage here, and that is going to kill the Riddler.
Dealing double damage to a creature, and then I think there's 2 counters on Thalia, right? Or is it 1? No, it's 2. So it
It is
exiles
2
the
counters on the
Giant.
failure. It
So
is a
it's
4.
4/4.
So, I mean, here's something notable. Makita hasn't gained an ounce of energy all game. So
True.
Galvanic Discharge is not going to answer the failure. He needs 2 of them. So it's just looking really rough for Makita. I don't, even with the Thraben Charm line, I don't see how he's going to get out of this game.
I mean, we agree on that we do have the Thraben Charm line which we need to take, and then from
No.
a Johnny Bombardment.
A Johnny Bombardment, what does that do? Is that actually going to kill the Riddler? No, we see
No, it doesn't.
Solitude come down, and Makita extends the hand. Jakub Bryniarski is going to take this game down 2-1 on Esper Blink, taking down Boros Energy. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was quite something.
It was an interesting match, to say the least.
Absolutely. I mean, Jakub showing patience. Makita trying to get down that 1-drop every single turn and just getting blown out by a prismatic ending every time, preventing him from dealing that early damage that he really needed to take over the game and force Jakub to play on the defensive.
Oh, definitely. If the early game answers are there, it's pretty tough for Boros to build a board. If you don't answer it, you're just gonna get overrun, as we saw in game number 2.
Absolutely. Now, that does it for round 3 here. But before we go, let's just remind ourselves of what our players are playing for here. As this is a qualifier event. Let me transition to this slide. This qualifier event is we have a 5-time multiplier on points earned in this tournament, which qualifies towards the Polish national leaderboards. The winner of this event will get a straight invite to the European Magic Cup. They'll get a beautiful little trophy and an ETB playmat, courtesy of our sponsor Heavy Play. As for nationals, which is happening in, I believe, October in Poland, the winner gets to win an absolutely beautiful Bayou. Can I just add? Everybody gets the cutest Eldrazi Spawn token I've ever seen in my life. The top 8 get an invite to the European Magic Cup, and we have some beautiful Heavy Play goodies for the top 16 and a trophy for the winner. I mean, what's not to love, right?
I mean, you gotta get your hands onto these participation promos.
I want them. I want so many. I don't play Eldrazi, but I want them. I'll just keep a page on my binder that's just full of these Eldrazi tokens. Like the one Fibblethip the Lost I have roaming around in a random page where it looks completely out of place because that's the point.
Fair enough. I just want the value. It looks so beautiful, so stunning.
It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Perfectly.
It's a beautiful altar by Shivan art.
Yeah, definitely.
Very well done indeed. And if you're looking to qualify for the national championships yourself, here's how you can do it. You can earn points through your weekly events and your FNMs of the world. If you want to attend your regional championships, you also get 3 times points for those. You've got qualifier events for your open series, like this event, which is a qualifier event. And if you want to attend the regional championships, you get 6 times the points that you earn in the regional championship are multiplied by 6, which count towards the leaderboards. And this all culminates in the national finals happening between October and December in all European countries, including the UK. We've got the UK nationals happening in October, by the way. And that's very exciting. And the top finishers of those tournaments will qualify to the European Magic Cup. So if you haven't won a qualifier event or any event where you get a straight qualification to the European Magic Cup, the national finals is where you want to be. All right, folks. That was a long round. So we're going to call for a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we will have round 4 raring and ready to go for you. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you very soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Paprykarz Modern Destination Qualifier here in Warsaw, Poland. And Lucifer, joined by Freezy Peasy, and it's time for round number 4 of 7. And we've got something completely different for you this time. We have got what some people would say is the boogeyman of the format, Amulet Titan, against Jeskai Steel Cutter. And it's going to be a wild match, that's for sure. What are we thinking? I mean, I've not seen this matchup before, so who knows how it could go? What are you thinking?
I mean, I haven't seen that matchup in particular as well. I do know the matchup of Amulet Titan, and I do know the matchup of the Steel Cutter Jeskai versions. I've never seen them playing against each other though, so it could be interesting.
Could be very interesting. Well, then let's not waste any more time and just get right into it here. On the top, we have Piotr. I'm Piotr, or Dark One. I'm just going to call him Dark One. And we have Maciej Olsak, or Olczek, I think. Olsak, I don't know. I apologies, but I do know his name is pronounced Maciej. And we have Piotr. So Piotr on the top is playing Jeskai Corey Steel Cutter, and Maciej is playing Amulet Titan. A very powerful deck capable of some very disgusting things. Tell us about these decks.
So, by checking a couple of lists online, I do see Jeskai Steel Cutter being a very aggressive early game deck, depending on whether or not they play Narset, Jeskai Waymaster, or just the straight up stock lists. And on the Amulet Titan side, I think it's just basically the same plan as always. Just put in some amulets, untap your lands, and either way go the route with Valakut, Molten Pinnacle, or infinitely looping your lands with Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, there's a very powerful infinite combo in this deck, Freezy. Can you remind us what the Amulet deck is looking to do just to steal the game outright?
So basically, hopefully I don't get this wrong. Basically, it's the whole thing about Amulet Titan is lands entering the battlefield untapped, even though they usually enter tapped, bouncing some other lands and then accumulating a ton of mana by either playing Aftermath Analyst, getting them all back from the graveyard, or just by straight up playing Primeval Titan, attacking in. And there are a couple of ways to finish. Usually they either finish by making infinite Primeval Titans with the copy land, which is, what's it called again?
Mirror Pool.
Exactly. Either way, just infinitely copying the Primeval Titan, getting infinite creatures and overrunning them by giving them haste. Getting the Urza Sagas, making a ton of constructs and looping those. Or just the Aftermath Analyst combo with Valakut, Molten Pinnacle, because they also run 1 to 2 copies of Dryad of the Elysian Grove, which we used to see back in the Scapeshift days.
Absolutely. Dryad of the Elysian Grove, a blast from the past, really, as far as these Amulet Titan decks are concerned. Being able to give all of your lands all basic land types, which includes a mountain, which is relevant for a certain land called Valakut, the Molten Pinnacle, which if you have enough of those mountains, it's going to start bolting things when they enter. So a very powerful combo that can end the game immediately. And that's what Maciej is going to be looking to do every single game. From Dark One's side, it's slightly different as we see our players mulling over their opening hands. What is Dark One looking to do in this game?
I think Dark One, based on the list, just wants to play in the early games, play Tamio, play an early Emery, getting some value off of it, and just punching down the opponent with either Corey Steel Cutter or Urza Saga creature tokens.
Well, for those of you who are fans of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, we see two of the very powerful channel lands introduced, as we see Boseiju tapped to cast an Arboreal Grazer, which has put Otawara Soaring City into the battlefield. Both of these very powerful lands. We see Shifting Woodland. No, I believe that's a Mirror Pool that's just come down there.
That's
Whereas
miracle, yeah.
Dark One has just played a Scalding Tarn and a Mox Amber. Dark One's deck making use of both Mox Opal and Mox Amber as free spells to activate Cutter as much as possible. Mache's going to cast a second Grazer, though, which is going to hamper many.
I think it's just going to copy the mirror pool because otherwise he would strip mine himself. Because it does copy any land on the field. If it's a legendary copy, it will be legendary ruled.
Yeah, that being pretty much his only option there, unless he really wanted to put a Vesuva in the graveyard for whatever reason. But it appears that's not what he wanted, and now he's got 2 Mirror Pools.
Interestingly, we don't see any sort of untap effect, as in Spelunking or the Amulet.
No, very interesting to have not seen that just yet, but perhaps Mache only having tap lands as options. So maybe a Spelunking still on the horizon for Mache, but for now he's just got 2 Arboreal Grazers as we see Seachrome Coast coming down. An Emery entering the battlefield. It's going to mill 4 cards as we see Mox Amber, a Jeskai Ascendancy, and a couple of other cards that I can't see due to the glare. But I think one of them might be a portable hole.
Yeah, so the Jeskai Ascendancy gives also the possibility of an infinite large creature.
Absolutely. So we see him untap. We see 3 mana here. Is that what I think it is? Yes, it is, as we see Spelunking come down. Mache is going to draw a card and put a land into play on the battlefield.
So now we do have the untap effect. Well, it doesn't untap, it just enters untapped.
Regardless, we see Simic Growth Changer is going to bounce that Vesuva back to hand. Mache is going to be able to play that on a later turn. Which he chooses to do, and it's going to enter as something. It's going to enter as a copy of the Simic Growth Chamber, which is going to put Boseiju into hand. Is that enough? There's a lot of mana being tapped now. Is that enough to cast a Titan?
Isn't that 5 mana right now, or is it more? Is it 6?
I think that's Escape Shift.
I think it is Escape Shift, yeah.
That is Escape Shift, and now we're just going to go crazy.
So probably what we're likely to see is a Talaria. What's it called?
Talaria West?
Talaria West, probably a couple of Lotus Fields and a Bounce Land, which will in turn give you the possibility to go transmute, grab the Aftermath Analyst, and just have enough mana left to activate it.
So it looks like Dark One might be
dead. Yeah. So we just need to put the triggers correctly on the stack. So we want to bounce first, and then we want to tap everything for blue and green. We're going to sacrifice all the lands, transmute the Talaria West, play the Aftermath Analyst, play it, and just have 4 mana left to actually sacrifice it, get back all the lands, and repeat this process, netting infinite mana.
Absolutely disgusting. Mache is going to demonstrate what is about to happen now. Getting the Aftermath Analyst here, and we're going to start making some mana. An infinite amount of mana, so to speak.
Yeah.
In fact, I believe we're going to demonstrate a loop.
Yes, and putting it infinitely, we can use the Talaria West again, transmuting it, getting either a Dryad or getting the Primeval Titan, and then copy it infinitely with the Mirror Pool. So
this game is over.
This is way over. But I do think you would need to let your opponent resolve everything just to see what the loop is all about.
Absolutely. Dark One is going to want to get some very useful intel here. You know, we see Explore entering the graveyard, as do every single land in Mache's graveyard. Everything coming into play, and Dark One is going to see everything as it unfolds. But I think he knows it's all over.
Oh, the Mache can also just destroy every single land Piotr has. by just cycling Boseiju.
Yeah, that is an option that he has. Looks like Odawara's going to do its thing, and that looks like that's what he's opted to do. Boseiju already in his hand mind. Oh, there you go. Well, there's a...
So if
There's an
I
amulet.
play Magic online and I play against Titan, I do let them perform the loop because it takes a lot of time, and if they want to play something like that, they need to be aware of this. But in a tournament like this, I would just make them do the loop once, and if I can see the win condition, it's fine for me. Because
Absolutely. I mean, you want to give yourself you want to see everything that Mache's got going on, but you also want to give yourself enough time to win the following two match games, right?
but for every single loop, 4 more cards hit the graveyard, so you do get to see almost the entire deck list of Mache,
And here's Titan.
That's a Titan artwork right there.
I think Dark One is just asking about the mirror pool. As we see, Titan is going to come down here.
Yeah, so the mirror pool needs to use colorless mana and tap itself, sacrificing itself to copy something. But as a reminder, we do have a Vesuva, which can copy the mirror pool and making colorless mana in every single loop. And the Underworld Battlements gives all the creatures haste.
Here we go.
And we've got a scoop. There we go.
Yep, Dark One's had enough. Mache is going to take down game one in swift fashion. Dark One, he played a land, he played a Mox Amber, he played another land, he played an Emery, and then he died. And that just shows you the power of what the Amulet deck is doing relative to what Dark One is doing. Dark One didn't really do much, and then died.
Yeah, and the Amulet deck just keeps pace on shifting woodlands, copying the Aftermath Analyst every single loop. So if you cannot interact with either the graveyard or the shifting woodlands ability to copy something, it's over.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to go into sideboarding here as game one ended in quite swift fashion. Let's start with the Jeskai Steel Cutter deck. Freezy, what are we looking to side in against this?
That's a really good question.
I'm very good at asking good questions.
Yeah, I've noticed this. I mean, I can see wear and tears coming in, obviously, to destroy either the Amulet or the Spelunking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other than that, I can see the Pithing Needle for shifting woodlands, but it's kind of too narrow, or Pithing Needle against the Urza Saga. Worm's Chant is a nice card, just for example, if the opponent uses the pact of the Summoner's Pact, you can just Worm's Chant them. If you're lucky, they mana screw themselves. As well as the Consign to Memory, just to maybe stop one Primeval Titan trigger, or just counter the Amulet. But it's not
imagine
much.
You can potentially use the Orum's Chant as well as a means of interacting at a key point in the combo and perhaps shutting them down from actually paying for a pact that they've cast or something like that.
Exactly. Still, the problem is it doesn't stop the infinite loop from shifting woodlands and Aftermath Analysts because it doesn't get casted, only copies from the graveyard. And
absolutely. So this deck very resilient to that kind of hate.
Yeah, Jeskai, the Jeskai Steel Catalyst, since it heavily relies on its own graveyard as well, it doesn't play much graveyard removal or graveyard interaction towards the opponent. So yeah,
it does look like Dark One was eyeing up Phlages in his sideboard. Probably not what you want in this matchup, right?
I don't think Phlage is fast enough at all. Don't see that one coming in. But maybe they play something else other than the stock lists we have, and maybe we get surprised by it. I don't know.
Perhaps. Well, both of these players are on 2-1, so they really aren't looking to pick up a second loss here in round number 4 of the Paprykarz Modern Destination Qualifier. Getting a loss might scupper their chances of getting top 8.
Yeah, I think in the 7-round list, X and 2, you would need really good tiebreakers to be able to make top 8.
Mm-hmm. 65 players as well. So X and 2 definitely not out of the question for top 8. Maybe one of two you can squeak in, but you want good tiebreakers, and you ideally don't want to take losses too early in the tournament. So going 2-1, you gotta be feeling like you've got to win this match to keep your chances of top 8ing this tournament alive.
Of course.
Mache very much in the driver's seat and on the way to doing that.
Definitely. So I've been checking out the Amulet Titan sideboard list, and I don't see much at all. I can see a Collector Roof, I can see the Vexing Bauble coming in, just because it shuts off all the 0-mana rocks, and maybe a Bojuka Bog to keep the opponent's graveyard at bay.
Bojuka Bog to potentially answer something like Emery and stopping that engine from happening. I could see that. Something I'm seeing in the sort of going back to the Jeskai Steelcutter list, something I've seen in the main deck that a lot of lists are playing are 4 copies of Portable Hole. Now, it seems like it does have some certain implications in the matchup. For example, answering the key card of Amulet of Vigor, but it doesn't seem like there's much more going for it. What do you think about that card and whether or not Dark One is looking to keep it post board?
I think the only card that actually, I mean, it can get rid of an Urza Saga token, it can get rid of a Amulet, and what's the Monkey Devourer Grazer. Other than that, I don't think you can hit an Aftermath Analyst with it or anything else. Maybe from the sideboard some couple of cards, but I can see that card coming out. It's just too narrow.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree there. And Mache appearing not to have many options in this in this matchup for sideboarding, but Collector Roof in particular, a very powerful card against 7-8 Mox deck like Dark One's. Dark One not playing a turn 1, not having a turn 1 play, but Mache has Amulet of Vigor straight away. Perhaps Dark One is looking for a Consign to Memory to potentially counter that powerful 1-drop artifact. But no, he responds with a Thundering Falls here. What do you think that says about Dark One's hand, that he's not really played anything on turn 1 and just gone for a Surveil land here?
I think maybe I could see him have a repeal. That's a possibility. Other than that, I think maybe he's just wanting to get more insight on what they draw to see what plays they want to make.
Definitely some useful insight there. As we see Metallic Rebuke, I believe it's Metallic Rebuke, hit the bin off of the Thundering Falls. We're going to see what Dark Ones is looking to do here. I do see a Corey Steelcutter, and I do see Portable Hole in hand. The Dark One keeping at least some amount of them in, and it is going to come down and answer that Amulet of Vigor. So Portable Hole seeing some use in this game so far, but it's all Dark One does.
I mean, so we know there's no Rebuke open because there needs to be a second artifact to be able to do that.
Another Amulet. Well, that's not what you want to see, is it?
I mean, that explains why they just played an Amulet into the blank. Maybe just copying the Surveil land. I can see that coming.
I think it's a very useful option, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Gives him a Surveil that enters untapped.
Yeah.
And he can't target his own Seiju because he'll legend rule himself, and we discussed that in the previous match. And that's exactly what he's done. He's got a Surveil, he's kept it on top. Dark One, gonna be looking for something, but Mache's played 2 copies of Amulet of Vigor, which really isn't what you want from Dark One's side.
The only thing that Mache is actually missing is a bounce land. So if they have that, it could spiral out of control next turn. But now I don't know. But oh yeah,
we see where answer the second Amulet of Vigor. Perhaps Mache has a third one. That would be very useful for Mache, but very annoying for Dark One. But again, all he's done is interact with Mache's permanence and hasn't actually put anything on the battlefield himself to apply some pressure.
Or maybe land into Spelunking though.
Yeah, that would be particularly powerful on Mache's side. Mache's tapping 2 mana. He's looking to put a Boseiju in his hand.
And then he
And
wants to
then he can
destroy
get rid of the
the
portable hole, and now
heavy
we're back again. But Dark One can get a land with a basic land type, so he could get another Surveil land to try and find something.
I don't think they run
But that's
blood
not what he's
monster.
done. He's got an Esteem Vents tapped instead. Opting to fetch now while he's searching his library. Let's see what he's going to get here. Gets a basic island. I know you're a big fan of the
Oh
full
god.
text. I know you're a big fan of the full text basics.
It hurts so much.
Freezy was telling me, away from the broadcast, that it's actually his favorite type of basic land. He's a big fan of them. He really likes those basics. He was really excited to see the Boros player playing them, and now you've got the island. So Freezy very clearly,
Yeah,
very
definitely,
happy.
definitely. It's just short of unglued, but yeah.
Absolutely, and I mean, I can hear the excitement in your voice, and I'm excited too, Freezy, as we see 2 Corey Cutters come down. Here we go. Here's something, but
do we have a 0 mana?
Well, the second Corey was the second card, so only 1 Corey Steelcutter is going to trigger here. So we get 1 monk, but we do get an untapped Hallowed Fountain. Now, what could that be representing?
Most likely mystical, no, not mystical dispute, the rebuke, most likely, because Corey Steelcutter, the card itself is still untapped. Only the token taps when it attacks.
Could be potentially very useful here as we see Mache untap. He's tapped 2 mana, but has opted against it. He sees he's going to give that Metallic Rebuke in the graveyard a bit of a read. It's a very powerful card. It's got Improvise, 2 and a blue, counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. So it's a mana leak. You can tap your artifacts to help pay for it. What is that? That's a Collector Roof. Okay.
Never seen it.
We're going to see what Piotr wants to say about it, but that is going to meet the Metallic Rebuke that that we talked about earlier. A very powerful counter spell. Those 2 Corey Steelcutters, giving him the mana that he needs to stop the powerful oof. And now Dark One's in the front seat.
I mean, Amulet missing land drops with usually 30 lands. That's tough.
That is very tough. We're going to see what Dark One is looking to do here. He's tapping 3 mana. What could he be casting for 3? We see Jeskai Ascendancy. Hello. This is a very powerful card.
This could be interesting.
Looks like we're going to do some growing of creatures. And here's a Mox Amber. We're going to get some Corey Steelcutter triggers. We're going to deal a lot of damage to Mache here.
And we're going to get some looting triggers.
Absolutely. My apologies. This is exactly what Dark One needed in this situation. Mache stumbled, and Dark One is putting on the pressure. Corey Steelcutter, one of indisputably the most powerful card from Tarkir Dragonstorm. When you cast your second spell each turn, you make a 1/1 with prowess, which equips to the Corey Steelcutter, which gives it +1/+1 and trample and haste. Why it gives all of that, I have no idea, but here we are regardless. And we've got a very big board state. Almost from nothing.
So we've got 1 prowess. So there are 2 2/2s and 1 3/3, I think, right?
Mache was, yes, I believe so. Mache, however, notably, was looking to tap that Vesuva for something, probably a blue card, but it looked like he was eyeing something up there. Opted against it, and he's now down to 8. Mache has drawn a Lotus Field. That's not nothing.
That's 6 mana.
That is 6 mana. He could cast a Titan right now, and I think he has one in hand. Holy moly. If Dark One has a consign to memory, he can counter the untapped trigger, but it looks like that's not going to happen, and Mache has 6 mana. Does he have the Titan?
I mean, Piotr could also just counter the Into the Battlefield trigger of Titan. That's also a thing he could do.
That is also a thing he could do, but does that win him the game? Here's a Titan! And it's going to
we
resolve!
resolve.
That has big potential to flip this game. He's probably going to get Gruul Turf and Hanweir battlements and give this haste, right?
Probably needs to do it, otherwise doesn't have enough lands to do whatever he wants to do.
Mache was in very big trouble until he drew exactly that Lotus Field. Could he be about to swing this game back in his favor and take the match down 2-0 against Dark One's Jeskai Cutter? Dark One didn't do much in the early turns, but 2 Corey Steel Cutters, a Jeskai Ascendancy, and a Mox Amber has really did some good work for him, but might just fall short due to this amulet and the Titan, the namesake of the deck.
I mean, what do you get depending on... That's a good question. What do you get? I think you really need to get the Hanweir Battlement. Maybe the Battlement and not a bounce land, but the Battlement and another Lotus Field, maybe? I don't know. But
from our perspective, Dark One is out of cards in hand as well, so he does need something in order to get the last bit of damage through. And I don't even think he does get there if you draw. If Mache attacks with the Primeval Titan, that is 8 damage on the crackback. If Dark One has a single removal spell. And that's even if on the attack, Dark One were to say get a Boseiju and a Simic Growth Chamber to answer the Jeskai Ascendancy on the battlefield. So,
curious how
Mache perhaps looking to fade a draw from Dark One here? I don't know. It's very dicey. But Mache very much eyeing up his options.
Yeah, Mache definitely.
We're going to see very soon what he wants. Looks like he's doing some counting, which isn't what you want to see if you're on Dark One's side. You don't want to see your opponent tapping the table and try to, make some numbers.
The classical counting with hands.
It's like the scariest thing an Amulet Titan player can do.
It's the scariest thing any combo deck can do.
Or even an aggro deck that's like got, when you're on low life.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Usually means you're going to die in short order.
Either that or they are just short because they're miscalculating. Still pondering on which lands. I don't think Mache can actually kill with this. So I think what Mache needs to do is just build up a field that survives at least one turn.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, what field would that be?
It's definitely a very good question that we're positing here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Mache can get to steal this game, but it looks like he's picked something. Crumbling Vestige and a Hanweir Battlement, so he's going to choose to make some mana here and give that Titan haste. Titan's going to come down and he's going to do some more searching. What is he going to get here, Freezy? What are we thinking?
It doesn't make any sense to get Lotus Field because you need to sacrifice 2 other lands, or you just sacrifice the Lotus Field.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good question. It's
my specialty.
Yeah, it's great. I think I would just set up a play to block everything until next turn, which isn't easy to do.
We'll see what Mache thinks. It looks like he had some lands ready to go, but reconsidering whether or not that's what he wants to do. Amulet Titan is a very complicated deck to play, and this turn is no exception to that rule.
Yeah, because Mirror Pool is just 1 mana short of copying. Is this another Lotus Field?
I think it's an Echoing Deeps.
Is it Echoing Deeps?
I think it's from the bonus sheet. It's definitely from the bonus sheet of Edge of Eternities. I believe it is an Echoing Deeps. So that is going to enter as a copy.
Yeah, I did. I checked online. It's an Echoing Deeps. So what's it going to copy?
It looks like, well, he put some lands in the graveyard, so it looks like it's a Lotus Field.
So does this give him a threshold? Or why are they doing this? Because we have 5 mana. It's not enough to play another Titan. It is enough to play, for example, a Monkey.
It's enough to make the Shifting Woodland a copy of something, though, right? But I don't know what's in the graveyard that you want to copy.
What do we have in graveyard? Or maybe it's enough mana for Skipshift.
Perhaps.
Yep.
Well,
figure that one out.
Yep, that'll do it, right? That's,
So I think we do have it again. So we have a Lotus Field, a Bounce Land, and a Tolaria again. Or no, that doesn't work. We need to go. We need to be able to get the Aftermath Analyst and sacrifice it once for it to make a decisive turn.
Absolutely. Looks like it's very interesting. Those are 4 lands. Perhaps Mache has the... Does Mache have the option to just do the loop? Is Mache about to win this game?
Was it
out
4
of
lands or was it 3 lands?
I believe it was 4.
If it was 4, he does have to kill. If it's only 3, he doesn't. Because with 4 lands, you can just do the same loop as game 1.
Yeah, exactly, and that would just be game over. Mache would have just won this game from absolutely nothing. He was in the ropes for the longest time, and he top decked the perfect card in Lotus Field to take this game back.
So we got 1, 2.
He's gotten 2. He's definitely thinking about what this third is going to be.
3.
Is he thinking about a 4th? It looks like it's only 3.
Yeah, because when Echoing Deeps came in, it copied the Lotus Field, so he needed to sacrifice 2 again. So I think it's only 3 this time.
So we see Crumbling Vestige, Boseiju, and Simic Growth Chamber. He's going to tap a bunch of mana, make some mana off the Vestige.
So we got
don't know what
2,
color it's going to be.
3, 4, 5 mana.
Boseiju is going to come back to hand, though.
Yeah, we got 5 mana now floating with the Boseiju in hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5.
I don't know, Freezy. It's starting to look a bit dire for Dark One here. Dark One has just been sat here for 10 minutes watching Mache figure this all out. And we don't even know if he's got a kill yet, but it's looking very good for him.
Yeah,
Another Titan comes down.
So he has 1 remaining mana from the loop before, so this will probably seal the deal. Getting the Lotus Field number 2 and getting something else.
That is absolutely crazy. Mache stumbling on lands for the longest time. Only had 2 lands till the very end. Top decked a Lotus Field. Got a Titan down. Now we see Tolaria West coming down.
Oh, okay.
But bounces Crumbling Vestige.
Yeah, he probably won't do anything. He just has a blocker in Primeval Titan and just keeps the mana up. Or he just plays everything and then...
Boseiju is going to answer that Jeskai Ascendancy. Saying, no, sir. You don't get to draw any cards. You don't get to pump your creatures.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I don't think there is an out left.
Mache needs to cast 2 spells, but I don't see how he's going to do that without something like a repeal. So he needs to draw like a repeal off the top right now. I
think it needs to be exactly repeal.
He could potentially draw something like a Soul Guide Lantern or an Aether Spellbomb and draw into a second spell, but it's looking very dire for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to untap, he's going to draw. What's he going to find? He's rubbing it for luck. I don't think that's what he wanted.
Was it land?
I don't think it was a land. I think it was a spell, but I don't think it's a spell he wanted.
And remindably, the Mox Ember isn't online.
You drew
But the
Pithing
Pithing Needle,
Needle. That's not going to do it.
yeah,
Dark One's going to extend the hand. Maciej Oldsack is going to take this game down 2-0 against Jeskai Ascendancy. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was crazy.
it was fun to watch.
That was a lot of fun to watch. It very much looked like Dark One was going to take that game. And
It
then
did.
that Lotus Field
That
changed everything. And he
that
won.
Lotus Field came in clutch.
And that's not to say that the Jeskai deck didn't have outs. Could have cast 2 more spells and gotten in enough damage just to eke through the win on that game. But ultimately, not quite enough. Close but no cigar. He's going to go down to 2-2. Probably isn't live for top 8 anymore, but does have a chance. Whereas Maciej is up to 3-1 and is looking in a pretty good spot going into round 5. All right, folks. That's round 4 in the books. But before we go, I want to talk a little bit about how you can qualify for the European Magic Cup. Nationals is on the horizon, so if you're on the leaderboards already or want to get your points in and take part in some more tournaments, qualifier tournaments, just like this one, give you a 5-point multiplier on any points you win for the leaderboards, which could be the game changer for our players as they seek to qualify for the Polish Nationals later this year. If you go to the regional championships and you do well in those, you can get 6 times the points, which will do even more for you heading into the Nationals format. Your RCQs will give you 3 times the points, and if you want to challenge yourself and go to your weeklies and your FNMs of the world, you get points as normal. If you go to the Nationals tournament, I know the Polish one, the top 8 will be qualifying to the European Magic Cup in early 2026. I believe it's in February. In the UK, I know it's the top 48 players qualify for Nationals and the top 4 get their invites to the European Magic Cup. So your top 8, you're not quite done yet. You've got another match to win. But it all depends on the countries and the amount of players that are on the leaderboards. In Poland, one of the bigger ones in the European Unity League. We've got a lot of players playing in these tournaments. Right. That does it for me. I'm going to take a short break. And I'll be back to cover your top 8. Freezy's going to be joined by Ralph Zimmerman, who's going to be doing some commentary alongside him. We're going to take an extended break to account for the change in commentators, but when we come back, we will have round 5 ready to go for you. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you later. And Freezy will be right back with you shortly.
Hello and welcome back, guys. Back to the
Hello.
coverage of the Paprykarz Open. I'm joined by Raul. My name is
Hi,
Freezy Peasy.
everyone.
And we have round number 5 going on, playing right now. So let's head to the tables. We're covering the matchup between Barczyk and Mikhail Shalewski. I'm really bad in butchering those names.
Michał
So-
Kraszkiewicz.
Perfect, thank you. Let's go with that. So, what do we know about these two players? So we know Mikhail is playing as the Reanimator version, and Barczyk is playing the Eldrazi Tron. So, what are your opinions on those?
Yeah, an interesting question. I actually don't know offhand how this matchup goes because it's not the most common one, probably, I would say. It seems relatively straightforward in the sense that the Eldrazi deck will want to kill the Goryo's deck as quickly as possible. And it has some disruption that it has access to. Like, you can Thought Not Seer away important cards. You can keep up Kozilek's Command to make it more difficult to get the Goryo's Vengeance off. But on the other hand, the Goryo's deck has, well, firstly, this very cheap combo, which will get it some life back, more cards to interact with, and then, very importantly, Solitude, which is obviously a 0-mana way to deal with all these huge creatures that the Eldrazi deck puts out. So it seems like both decks have something going for them, yeah.
So, as players shuffle up, is it important in this specific matchup to be on the draw or on the play?
Well, you get to turn the one Thoughtseize if you're the Goryo's deck, which I don't know. I think it doesn't actually do that much. There's not really an important one drop out of the Eldrazi deck, I would say, right?
Yeah, I think
So it's not hugely important. I mean, obviously, it's always better to go first in Modern, but
yeah, definitely. But I don't think there are too many hits because, first of all, I think Barczyk just wants to put out the whole Tron and then go from there. So the early game interaction doesn't matter a lot.
yeah, and if you go first as Goryo's Vengeance, there's no real way you can turn to the combo unless you Thoughtseize yourself, I guess. That would be the other thing, is that you can go, yeah, I guess you can go discard yourself, they play a land and don't get access to Thought Not Seer or Eldrazi or Kozilek's Command in time to interact with your combo, but you would need to have Thoughtseize yourself plus Goryo's plus Fatty in hand. So I guess, yeah.
I think it's either Thoughtseize or just Surveil Land plus a second land into Goryo's. These
Right,
are the only two outs, I think.
Yeah, you're right. Surveil Land could also work, but that also requires a lot going wrong, going well for you. But anyway, yes, we'll see. I saw Mind Stone from the Eldrazi deck.
So both players 4-0. Obviously, we have, I think, what was it, 7 rounds? So they're pretty much on the right path to making top 8.
Well, in fact, and the person who wins here will get to probably draw into top 8 in
definitely
normal circumstances. Yeah.
Person to win can just basically double ID and then go from there.
Yeah, exactly. So it's more or less, yeah, it's just a win in for top 8. And we see Eldrazi map of what I assume must be a Tron land in some weird printing.
I think that's actually an Eldrazi temple right there.
Eldrazi temple in the weird printing.
Yeah, that's a reprinting of it.
Okay, I see. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay, so we see the old turn 2 Thought Not Seer, yeah?
Could run into a fetch into Fatal Push, but do you want to go from there?
I mean, I guess you do it if that's what you have to interact with. I mean, it is obviously the dream start for Eldrazi deck to get the information immediately, get to take a key card, but... Well, that's interesting. Is this fetching the Surveil Land, yeah?
Yeah, so I think what Mikhail is wanting to do, he wants to get more information. Maybe get a setup, I don't know.
So he's considering, right, he has Subtlety. So I was wondering, because normally it would make sense to do that after the Thought Not Seer resolved, and they took a card, you have no information, but since he's considering subtletying, he's checking, there you go. Subtlety is gonna exile
Is
a
that a-
Quantum Riddler, I think.
Okay, so Quantum Riddler made its way into Aspergorius as well.
Apparently so.
Huh. It's a good hand.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Bartek is just considering whether to top or bottom the
Yeah,
thoughts here.
exactly.
And
So that's on top,
chooses to
which
top
seems to
it.
be a natural choice, probably, because what else? Like, it's one of your best cards in the matchup, right?
Yeah, definitely. So now Michael could just play a frog, but it would leave him open to a Kozilek's command.
Mm-hmm.
But I think at this point you have to go to it. Because you know the Thought Knots here is lingering on top of the deck, which presumably gets played next turn.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the Kozilek's command will be there or not be there, right? It's not like you gain much by waiting, right? It's just gonna
don't
either happen or not.
around.
You can wait until you have a counterspell, like Force of Negation, which he clearly has, but also, yeah, that doesn't really work if the Kozilek's command gets played on upkeep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the frog comes down. So this is like not as much the combo plan for now as is some sort of mid-rangey removal plan against the Eldrazi deck, which, like we said, does make sense, and Gorios is capable of that with Solitude.
Definitely. So, is that a prismatic ending I'm seeing?
Yeah, I think so, yes. And a Emperor of Bones. And I think an Ephemerate, perhaps?
I mean, I think if Bartek is playing the Thoughtless here again, I would actually take the pending just to get rid of the map. Because everything else isn't threatening at all.
Yeah, that's kind of right. The Emperor doesn't do much for now.
The Ephemerate is a blank as well, and I think that's just a flooded turn right there, so.
Yeah.
I'd probably just take. I mean, taking the prismatic ending also stops him from outing with Solitude. I mean, you just Solitude Ephemerate.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's like a slight argument for the Emperor if it gets to a stage where the Emperor has exiled the Subtlety from the graveyard, you can put it into play with the Emperor for 2 mana. It gives you an extra point of interaction, but that's super slow. That's super slow. Okay, but he does go for the Emperor.
I think maybe
the map might also just not matter, right? Like if you have more lands. Although he does seem to.
He does miss the land drop.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, I see the line for taking the Emperor just because it's a way to reanimate. Did he just play a land in?
Yeah, it looks like maybe he was like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to pass," and then, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense that he doesn't worry about that he doesn't care about his map that much, but it's funny.
I mean, considering this is a very high stakes tournament, would you let them do it? I mean, they already passed.
It's a bit strange. Perhaps they know each other, and then that's the type of thing
fair enough,
maybe let your friend get away with. But yeah, in a sort of normal scenario, I would probably be find that a bit surprising, given you'd already drawn the card and stuff. But yeah, anyway, the frog gets in the air, like 3 cards exile, just leaving the Subtlety.
Yeah, and there we go.
And the ending, takes out the map as expected, followed by a Thoughtseize, which we seem to have drawn. And there's a Kozilek's command and 2 glary cards.
Yeah. 2 very, very glary cards.
Yeah, so the Kozilek's command, okay.
Oh, wait, we have a Mind Stone and we have a Labyrinth.
Another Uggin's Labyrinth, yeah, that's right. So, yeah. That's why he didn't really care about the map, right? He has basically plenty of mana, and he doesn't have, like, the beginnings of Tron, even, so there's no much point in trying to complete Tron with it. So, I guess he took the Emperor as a sort of longer-term plan.
I think at this point you can just run out the stone and maybe crack it immediately or crack it next turn.
It does seem that that's likely to happen since you're so light on action, as in like you literally have nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think you should immediately crack it, because if you draw into a Causal X command, you will have Causal X command for 0, which doesn't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, there's no point in cracking it really, like, yeah.
Nah.
But you're probably going to do it on instep.
Yeah, most likely on that step.
At this point,
yeah.
which side are you favoring, actually? Because Michał is down to 9, so like this thought is actually putting the beats on, but on the other hand, the frog is getting in unimpeded.
I mean, the Paprykarz list can win instantly, or just at least put a big lifelink thread onto the battlefield.
Yeah.
Which isn't nothing. I mean, he has the discard outlet in frog, he just needs to have the reanimate spell to make it work.
And he's drawing the 2 cards a turn, of course, which makes it more likely that this stuff comes together. Although he seems to be flooding pretty badly, like he's been surveilling some lands. He kept something on top here, though, right?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have another fetch land, as well as the ephemerate we still know about.
Are we cracking, or are we... Oh. Is this pre-damage step? I think so.
Yeah, sure. So, what do you have mana on? Sorry.
Does it play Dismember?
Yeah.
Yeah, it do plays Dismember. He does play Dismember, so.
Oh, okay. So I see now. Yes.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Looking for the Dismember, and the frog is down. Okay, so that's pretty good for the Eldrazi player now.
I mean, that's definitely worth 4 life points.
For sure.
So it's a 3.
Although wait, didn't Michał have Ephemerate? Why didn't he save his frog?
Maybe Michał has Force of Negation up, or some sort of counter interaction.
And thinks the frog is not that important. That's
maybe
crazy.
Although in this scenario, I think frog is really important. But I think I see a Solitude in hand, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, and if he has Solitude in hand, it makes completely sense to not Ephemerate there.
That kind of makes some sense. Yeah, you want to keep as in he's valuing the double Solitude higher than keeping the frog with 1 Solitude up.
So we're making.
Or I mean, I guess potential triple Solitude, although obviously they don't need to run into the rebounded Ephemerate normally.
So what we have?
That was Warping Whale.
7. We have 8 mana for Eldrazi's.
Yeah.
This could be interesting because it forces Michał's Solitude.
Yeah, and I think he had land. I think he had land Ephemerate Solitude, as far as we know. So, or is that Atraxa? I guess it's Atraxa.
I mean, if it's Atraxa, we're just gonna pitch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
My point. Like, if you play card, obviously this works out fine. You get to take out both Thought-Knot Seers.
And then we have Ephemerate.
Yeah.
But we do lose one of the cards which we draw from.
Yeah, that's right.
So
but I mean, on the other hand, it's still pretty good.
You draw 2 and one of those.
Okay, that's Tainted Indulgence is the right-hand card, I'm pretty sure. And then the other card I can't tell because of the glare. Looks like maybe Prismatic Ending, but yeah. Anyway, this did work out pretty well for Michał in the end, given that there's no threat on board now and he gets to recoup life with the Solitude. Although, yeah, he's still kind of drawing from the top now as well. And the Eldrazi deck probably has more powerful single card draws, especially since Michał still doesn't have a big creature in his graveyard, right? So just drawing a Gorgios actually does nothing here. Another Surveil land. Keeps it on
top. Interesting. Maybe.
Well,
yeah, it's Force of Negation.
So that is also actually kind of interesting whether you keep that on top, right? It takes care of some stuff, like obviously Kozak's Command being the big one. But on the other hand, the Eldrazi deck does contain a lot of creature threats as well, right?
Yeah, it sure does, but mostly... I mean, he doesn't have too much
Yeah, the
mana.
Planeswalkers as well. It depends. Yeah, I guess it is a pretty good card against a lot of the good draws that Bartek has. And
Did you
probably
draw
on
out?
average, your other cards are not going to be impactful either. Okay, he takes out the spawn, so he can't get in the way of the Solitude and also, I guess, the mana, because it cuts him off the 7th mana currently.
I think he just played it to draw 2 cards.
That's the Riddler. Okay, I guess he just wanted to, make sure he has only 1 card, so the Riddler draws 2. Okay, I mean, this turned her out. Yeah.
Riddler, definitely a very powerful addition to that deck.
Yeah, it's interesting. It also, like, you kind of already want to play Ephemerate, and it works well with that, right? With the getting to warp it and then putting it into play. It's kind of nice. It gives you an additional thing to do in that regard.
Yeah, and it's pitchable to Force of Negation, pitchable to Subtlety. It has a big body in itself to block things. It's a good all-around card.
Yeah, Devourer of Destinies, I believe.
Yeah, that one cannot get forced.
That cannot get forced. Yeah, this is kind of what I meant. Yeah, like some of the threats you don't actually catch with the force.
I think we just hardcast the Riddler now.
Unless we do anything better, yeah. It seems likely that's what's going to happen.
But as we can see, Bartek not having a lot of...
Okay.
Oh.
Or we hardcast the track, so that's
I mean, that's a way to play Reanimate. That's fair magic right there.
Yeah.
I would like to cast my 7 mana, 7/7 Witchland's Lifelink and look at the top 10 cards.
Can you tell where the green mana came from? I guess there must be like a green life surveillance somewhere or something. I can't even tell. I guess.
The second from the right is a Hedge Maze.
Oh, okay, Hedge Maze, fair enough. Okay, I mean, this is actually a lot better, obviously, for Michael now to have the Atraxa rather than the Riddler, because I was going to say it was quite a swingy game with each player having the advantage for a while. I was going to say Bartek looking perhaps strong now if there's not much, but the Atraxa obviously makes it a lot of a different assessment. So he's taking Polluted Delta, Gristlebrand, Force of Negation, Goryo's Vengeance, maybe? No, the instant is...
Yeah,
it took Tainted Indulgence.
Not many different cards have been revealed.
Yeah, apparently only 3. Yeah, but he took Tainted Indulgence as a presumably draw 2.
I think Tainted Indulgence at this point is just a draw 2. I don't think he gets
a
right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's probably fine, right? You're happy to just play an attrition game.
I mean, at this
point... Again, we'll end if this Atraxa just stays in play, yeah.
Yeah, at this point he needs to have an out against Atraxa, and he doesn't. Yeah. So, that's game 1 going to Mikael.
That was actually kind of, like I said, quite a swingy game going back and forth there.
Yeah, it's very frightful. I have to say that. So, while players are shuffling, what would you put in from sideboards? First up, as the Eldrazi player, we do have a list. What would you put in against the Reanimate deck?
It's a bit tricky. I mean, we haven't actually seen whether Bartek is running Karn, as in Karn the Great Creator, because if he is, which seems to be the norm, then your sideboard is kind of tied up with a lot of that. So you could bring in something like Tormod's Script to have an extra interaction point with the graveyard against the Goryo's part of the Goryo's deck. But also that means you wouldn't have access to that with Karn. And in addition, it's kind of questionable to do that as well, because it's not like the Goryo's deck is a one-dimensional graveyard deck, right? Like we just saw the game being won by it without a single Goryo's being cast, or it being there ever being a big threat in the graveyard. Mm-hmm. So focusing too much on that is difficult. So I assume that the Eldrazi deck probably doesn't board much, if at all, given Karn.
Yeah, I think if you have the Karn package, I don't think you have the leeway to board many cards, because since now Bartek is on the play, he wants to assemble a lot of mana early game to play a Karn, to get sideboard cards, getting them out. So forever if you have a singleton Tormod script with a Karna creator, you have a 5-off technically.
Yeah.
And I think that's more important. I think you can put 1 or 2 cards in, but I would leave the rest in the side if you are on the con package.
Yeah. And it's like there's also often the Stone Brain, but again, the what you take out Goryo's Vengeance. Okay, then they can't reanimate their big things, but they can still out attrition you. It's one of the decks, like Goryo's is one of the decks which isn't that easy to like attack with a single card, I think. So doing that sort of thing makes more sense in linear against linear combo decks where you need to have the cards quickly to stop them, like Storm or whatever, and Karn might not be in time. But here, I don't think it makes too much sense to do that sort of sideboarding. But yeah, from Goryo's side, generally, what do you think is gonna likely be coming in?
I mean, obviously, Consent Memories, which is
Yeah,
with its printing become a staple of these types of decks, as well as, for example, the Stony Silence would be interesting to see. Other than that, I don't see many cards actually.
Yeah, I mean, Consign is the go-to, like you say. It is just a super powerful sideboard card, which, I mean, there's a reason it's like 16 or 17 or whatever tickets on Magic Online. Yeah, it's just so good in these matchups. It's so universally useful, and it's basically the go-to plan against the Eldrazi decks because it just works, right?
I mean, I actually have it open right now. I'm playing it as well, so it's like 25 ticks per piece.
Okay, so it's gone even up even more since I last checked. Yeah, fair enough. Crazy. But yeah, I guess it's a bit different against the creatures in the Eldrazi Tron decks, right? Because there's Cavern of Souls often. I guess maybe not
Yes.
when you're playing the. Well, it depends. You could theoretically have access to Cavern of Souls, which makes the Consign slightly less powerful against the creature heavier versions. But we didn't see one in game 1, as far as I remember. So not clear how many, if any, there are. But it does. That's one way you can fight back against the Consign from the Eldrazi creature deck, right?
Yeah, and I think most of the time of course, the opponent will have a big Eldrazi creature on the field, but most of the time you don't actually care. The more devastating part usually is the cost trigger of these Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it comes down to creature value, I think the Reanimator deck has more value, has bigger creatures.
Yes, and also the capability of removing these big guys in play like this.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right that it's less of an issue for this deck.
But we do see Bartek having a Vexing Bauble in hand, which is interesting, which stops the whole pitch cast thing.
Was that also a Disruptor's Flute, maybe?
Yeah, it was.
Got a glimpse of it. So he did actually bring in these cards from the sideboard. Again, like perhaps he's not playing Karn, or he decided they're better off in his main deck. Although obviously.
I mean, Disruptor Flute can either stop the Reanimator from Emperor of Bones, or you can just make Goryo's Vengeance cost 5, I guess, right? Just Disruptor Flute. Yeah, cost 5, which is a lot.
Yes. Yeah. At that point, you might as well just hard cost Atraxa like we did last game.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Looks like we're off. Quick mulligan and versus mine.
So we see no turn 1 Felsies.
No. It's probably going to fetch a Surveillance simply on turn 1. It's typically what the Goryo's deck loves to do. Okay. Power Plant. So the famed natural Tron is on the horizon here, maybe. We'll see.
Most likely.
That's what Tron players love to see. So yeah, the blue-black Surveillance got fetched. Gonna go for a Surveil. I mean, the Surveillance in this deck is also it's so good. Like that's why they're. I mean, we saw 3 or 4 being used last game. They play like quite a few.
Yeah, just the ability to check what's on top and maybe just surveil it into the graveyard to get a reanimation target early on.
Yeah, I mean, whenever that happens, you feel like you're cheating, right? You kind of set up your powerful plan for free off the land. It's crazy good.
Yeah, and most of the time, those reanimation decks do not run that many reanimation targets.
That's true. Okay, Thoughtsy is right. We see Ugin, I think All Is Dust, another Planeswalker in the middle, but I can't tell which one. I only see the loyalty.
I think it's Karn the Great Creator, actually.
That would probably make sense, yeah. So yeah, it's Ugin 7, all this dust. We think Karn, and then 2 more cards, which we unfortunately won't be able to see.
It is the Eye of the Storm. Is it 7 mana?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's bad either way.
Yeah, that's why it's going.
So if, but yeah,
Okay,
Bartik
okay,
has
great.
natural drawn, obviously.
He does. Okay, and you're right, it was Karn the Great Creator, which is the
Yeah,
card that
so
we can play now.
play Karn minus it, and what do you get? If it resolves, obviously.
Yeah, it looks like it is resolving. I didn't see a force. It is an interesting question. It's not immediately. He's looking through his deck, yeah, because he put all his Hypo cards in his deck. No, we'll see. It's okay. Got the metal coating to just take out the mana.
I think just an upkeep, maybe. If there's only one black source, just cut off the black source. But this way, I would cut off maybe white, I think, or blue.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a Godless Shrine, or what is it?
It's the white-blue Surveilland Meticulous Archive.
Oh, it's an archive. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting which one you cut off.
I think at this point I would just cut off white because of the prismatic endings.
To take out the that makes sense.
Oh,
there you go.
that is how we feel. That is how bad we can feel on it.
Yeah, and now upkeep.
Now taking out black, that makes more sense.
Yeah, just hoping that the Gories isn't there yet. There's a Solitude, I can tell, and I think a Tainted Indulgence, which is, I guess, what he's thinking, whether he should play that now.
I don't think he has to reanimate. Oh, he drew it.
Gory insane.
Never didn't have it, but the question is, does he have black?
Yeah, he does have just.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
I think.
Right. So here comes the Traxa.
Yeah, at this point, just hit Karn and.
Wow. Okay, that was fortuitous.
That's
fortuitous sequence.
That's just nasty.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, you think that you have liquid metal coating and Karn to take care of things, but unfortunately, no.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you have to think about, do I want to get the liquid metal coating or do I want to get Torment's Crypt, if it's not in the main board, obviously.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you could have played around the Gorios by having the Crypt out. Interesting decision.
True.
Because you can always, basically, you can do this and then... well, this maybe suggests that the Torment's Crypt just is in the deck, because it actually does kind of make sense to go first Crypt as insurance, then get the coating next turn, maybe. Although then I guess you can't start blowing up the lands immediately.
Yeah, and for Stonebrain, it's not enough mana, so maybe it's Iron Bridge.
It's unclear.
I've seen that one.
Okay, but now the Atraxa's being resolved, so the choices are: we can take an Atraxa or a Subtlety for a creature. Looks like he's tending towards Subtlety. No, but he goes Atraxa.
Yeah, because he cannot save his Atraxa going to exile end of turn.
Yeah,
so
that's true, because his land is disabled and he doesn't have white anyway. So just got new Atraxa, Consign, which will be online thanks to the blue-black land waking up, and just the Flooded Strand, it looks like.
And I think he's just going to pass to go to discard, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's signaling he wants to go to discard, but obviously there's nothing that they'll can do when they just tapped out, so...
Yeah, I mean, we all know what you want to discard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was a pretty good development for Micho, yeah.
So Fleshraker.
Blaring Fleshraker, yeah. It's not the most impactful card here, but gets countered anyway.
I think it's just a bait. Or, no, it wasn't.
Oh, it was all this dust put under the Ugin's Labyrinth, right? And the last card in hand is Urza's Mine, so there's literally nothing going on from the Eldrazi deck, it looks like. Unless he's keeping cards close to his chest, which I don't think he is. So it looks like Bartik is in bad shape here.
I think maybe I do get the point on exiling it. For example, if Mikkel actually finds another Gorios and gets reanimated and flicker everything, he will not be able to remove that card from underneath the land. So at the end of turn, Bartik can just return it and then all this does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yes, because he has the 7 mana setup anyway. He has access to this all this whenever, and he has more mana later on anyway. Yeah. Just cantripping with the Quantum Riddler again. And
okay.
ephemerating it. Drew a Solitude. I think there's 2 Solitudes now. I mean, this is looking super bad for the Tron deck. What does he need to draw to get back in to the game, do you think?
I mean, Torpor Orb would be a good start.
Yeah, if he has access to that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Michael is always keeping up 1 blue mana, so the threat of another consigned memory is always lurking. But at this point, I don't think you should play around it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the Eldrazi deck is not really the type of deck you play around anything with here. You kind of just jam your giant threats anyway, right? So
just jam and hope.
Yeah. But I think there was actually another consign in hand, so it's really, really hard to see how Bartek is going to get out of the situation. Was this a Thoughtseize knowing that the... Oh, no. Okay, it's a third Urza's Mine. Yeah, good point.
Thank you.
It's another Urza's Mine, thanks. I wonder, though, what card could it even be that you keep in hand there, that the Thoughtseize does something? I mean, I guess it's good to just know. Maybe he would have discarded it anyway if he hadn't played it. Because I think, like, basically the Eldrazi decks will play anything at that point, right? But I guess you might as well look. Yeah. Okay, the Eldest just gets returned and just kills the Riddler.
Although it probably will run into a counter. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Force of Negation. Okay, maybe that was the card I saw earlier.
I mean, it's just a redraw for Mikkel because of the returning Ephemerate, but still.
I think the Ephemerate got played already, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hard trying to get out of this. It's not easy.
It's really hard to envision, honestly. If there's a consign, it seems almost impossible. What do you do? Like, you have to draw running, very impressive cards. I would like to actually see it. It would be nice to see the sequence that gets Bartek out of this. Okay,
I mean,
Scorios
that's not a start for Bartek.
Nope. And it seems like this also is just resolving, so Kozak's command wasn't drawn. That would have been like at least a swing in his direction, right? If he had drawn Kozak's command, get to exile Atraxa, draw a card or something. But
yeah, this is consign.
This is okay. Now is another consign.
And the second consign. I mean, you'd only get to get one of those, but still, it's.
But that's probably going to be enough, yeah. Because now it's
you can just play a frog, dump everything you don't need into it.
Yeah, it's basically setting up lethal next turn, right? Because you're going to attack for 11 this turn, and then the frog plus the Riddler will finish it off the turn after.
What did he take?
Looks like he didn't take much.
Yeah.
Perhaps
probably just
wanting to avoid the discard, but with the frog, obviously, you're happy to have.
Oh yeah,
I'm not really sure.
Frog, consign, and hello.
Okay, so maybe that was just all he had access to. It looked like he was only taking 2 cards, but yeah. Okay, so this is 11 down to 9. Yeah, and then you have frog with a consign up.
I mean, if there is ephemerate, I think it's in the books. I don't think he has an ephemerate.
Yeah, okay, but I think the frog, it's frog with the cards in hand plus the consign as a protection should be good enough in almost all cases anyway. He has double blue available as well, provided the fetch land can fetch blue, which you have to assume. So even something that puts a trigger on the stack is not going to help. So Bartek, think deep in the tank where there's one card can possibly save him.
That's a really good question. It might. It's kind of great creature. So you could minus onto.
Well, yeah, if it doesn't get consigned, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Bartek is gambling on his opponent forgetting he has a consigned memory.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just play it, right? And I guess he does have an unknown card in hand, which is a Sire of 7 Deaths. Right? I mean, that, I guess, probably saves you in the sense that it's going to have to be removed with Solitude, which we know that Miho has access to, but that probably means you can't kill Bartek through the 7 life gained.
Yeah, definitely not, but the answer is there, so...
Yeah. But which again puts you into the having to top deck something insane next turn again. But at least it's some attempt. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, would you pitch cast it or would you just hard cast it?
I think that just depends on your hand, right? I think, well, there were 2 solitudes for sure. If you have another, like what you need to hold up really. If you have another consign, you still can play solitude with the consign, but it does look like he's going for the pitch. Yeah.
So
Although,
it's a pitch cast.
yeah. So I guess he just has interaction he wants to keep up.
Fair enough. So we take. Yeah, maybe he has a force of negation because he saw all his dust. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, surely there's definitely reasons why you would want to keep up interaction or just be able to cast more spells. Okay, this is Tainted Indulgence, which is just going to draw 2, presumably. For it's funny interaction actually. Also, the frog with the Riddler, right? You could theoretically dump your whole hand and then draw 2 new cards with the Riddler's ability because you only have 1 card left. But obviously, that's actually happen. But it's kind of cute. This is actually trying to draw, but he can't get to 16. Surely, he's not going to be able to get to.
I don't think so.
12 power frog this turn.
I mean,
but he's definitely pumping it.
Discard that with the Tainted Indulgence on the stack, discard everything. And you would draw 3 cards, but I don't know how good that is.
Yeah. Look, there's stuff you can do. Okay, the frog turns into an artifact.
That's I mean, nice it's an artifact frog, yeah. Nice.
Yeah, he discarded, I think, 3 lands to the frog. And is probably got plenty of interaction available, we would assume. Card drawn is something. 3 mana. Flute? No, flute is 2. Oh, Mind Stone. Well, very nice. Get rid of that Mind Stone because it ensures lethal, right? I assume. Yeah. I'm gonna force pitch for you a Mind Stone. Show of strength. Okay, so that was pretty convincing showing by Michal there on the Goryo's deck. Just wasn't really in danger for a lot of this game.
Yeah, I mean, so we've got a clean 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this game really was just kind of crazy how that turn shaped up, where he surveilled the Traxa into the graveyard and then drew the Goryos to immediately get it into play when there was a Karn threatening to start attacking the mana base, but that's how it sometimes goes.
Yeah, so we're back. So, overall, 2-0 for Goryo's Reanimator.
Mm-hmm. So they go to 5-0 and are going to be in the top 8 as well.
I think they're pretty much sealed for top 8. Just drawing into it perfectly fine. So, for all those who just joined in, what are we doing here? That's a good question. So, we're covering it's always hard to say, the
Paprykarz Open.
Paprykarz Open, which in turn, let me just transition, which will turn this for the European Union Unity League, which will get you qualifier points based on the event itself, which in turn, plus the nationals can qualify you for the European Magic Cup, which is a 20k tournament taking place next spring. So, what do these players play for in this tournament? So they're playing for beautiful flood strands, as well as obviously a trophy for first place, a couple of nice deck boxes. And as for the Polish nationals, they will play for playmat, as well as a beautiful Bayou altered art by Shivan Art, a couple of deck boxes, and everybody will get these beautiful little tiny Eldrazi spawn participation promos. Yeah,
it's very cool that there's like nationals back on the calendar. It's always cool to have everyone from the local Magic scene come together for a tournament that has some meaning. It was always the best tournaments, I felt, when they were around, sponsored by Wizards, and it's really cool to see something similar returning now. And yeah, those tournaments should be really fun.
Yes, I'm also very happy to see tabletop play taking place again. And
Absolutely.
it's been a while, so happy to see that. So we're gonna go into a small break, approximately 10 minutes, setting up the next round for you guys. And we'll see you then, I guess.
Yeah, see you in a bit. Thank you. Cool.
So, welcome back, guys, to the next feature match. This will be round number 6 playing. As we've checked before, it's a Zoo Mirror. Going to be an interesting one. I have no idea. I've never seen a Zoo Mirror play out. I've only seen the Zoo against other archetypes. So, what is the main goal of Zoo? How do they win?
Yeah, the most powerful thing that Zoo wants to do every game, if possible, is to start with the Leyline of the Guild Pact, and then that enables basically just Scion of Draco means that all their creatures are untargetable. They have hexproof, lifelink, and a whole slew of other abilities, which just means that their creatures are going to finish the game in short order, and that's going to be really important here as well, obviously. And yeah, you can have a wall of First Strike. I think it's First Strike and Vigilance, right? Even so, yeah, it just means that you get to attack for free, and you can never get raced back. So that's really what's going to be the thing that they're trying to achieve. Although there's not much you can do besides hoping that the Leyline is in your opening hand. It's not like you're playing towards playing it somehow during the game. Yeah.
Fair enough. And with that, let's head to the feature table. So
the interesting thing will be, I guess, whether you can come back from that, because there's Leyline bindings, which can take out the Leyline of the Guild Pact out of the Zoo deck. So yeah, the question is really whether the initial benefit of having the Leyline in play is big enough to put you far enough ahead, or whether there is some way of coming back.
Yeah, I think looking at a couple of lists online, I think the only main board answer to an opposing Leyline is a Leyline of your own, or maybe a Stubborn Denial if you get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this one will just come down to whoever has Leyline of the Guild Pack first.
Yeah, first, or I guess longer.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. It's also the third Michal we have on coverage, yeah? I don't know if... there was a Michal before last round as well, right?
I mean, it's a good name. Let's put it like that.
Clearly, it's the most successful Polish Magic players are all called Michal.
Or Piotr. That's also...
Piotr is an okay one as well, yeah.
I mean, Canister.
Yeah, I understand. But is he here, do you know? As in there?
I don't know. I have no idea if he's actually playing there or not. I presume so, and if so, maybe he probably is on Amulet Titan.
Yeah, you would assume so, yeah. But for now, we have Piotr Rebizant and Michał Maszczak playing the Zoo Mirror. I guess also, yeah, probably here being on the play is quite a big deal. Just being able to put the aggression first, play Rago on first. That one's a lot better on the play than on the draw. Yes, and I think Piotr won the die roll, it looked like.
And let's go. I think he has a Leyline of the Guild Pack in hand.
Yeah, a bit hard to tell.
I mean,
he's mulliganing though.
I mean, a Leyline is fine, but if you have no follow-up, it's just...
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think it was just Leyline in like 4 lands.
That's possible. On the other side, I saw a Lightning Bolt and some other things. Seemingly, Michał was fine with his hand. He was just keeping. Yeah. There was this thing recently where when Final Fantasy came out, the Zoo decks started playing this Chocobo card, Sash Chocobo.
Oh yeah, the little
one,
the
guy
Chocobo.
That grows with gets +1/+1 counters with landfall. Yeah, because obviously you're playing loads of fetch lands in that deck. But I think that card I've not seen it more recently, and it doesn't seem to be in the more recent lists, which kind of makes sense because that card is like really really bad to draw. Basically at any point past turn 1, right?
Yeah, definitely, but it's a cute card. I liked it a lot.
It's a cool idea, and it's always interesting how whenever a new set comes out, new things get tried out, and more often than not they kind of just get discarded, and it's this new card syndrome type of thing. Well, Piotr mulliganing to 5.
Second mulligan. I don't know. Does Zoo mulligan well, or doesn't it? I don't think so.
Doesn't seem so. Yeah.
Nah.
You do for your most powerful draw, you basically need to just pitch a card because the Leyline obviously takes up a card in your hand, and then you need the Draco as well, plus 2 lands. That's 4 cards already for your ideal draw. Mm-hmm. So yeah, like you are struggling, and if you don't have, I guess, the Leyline, then your deck is just going to be inherently less powerful.
Although I do have to say, Magic got
he
long
mulliganing to-
range. What?
No, I guess no. He just shuffled some more. I thought he mulliganed to 4.
I think the London Mulligan is having a positive impact. I remember back, I don't know what the other one was called, but
Paris,
was it Paris, the one where you have to put
Vancouver, I think maybe.
I don't know. We're going back.
Yeah. Okay, so we keep 5. It seemed.
I think we have a keep. Do we have a pre-game action? No, we don't.
We don't. Okay, so this is going to be a completely leylandless game. And this is where it flips. Yeah, you want the leyline desperately in your opening hand, and now you just never want to see the leyline again.
Now we just want to see leyline binding, not the other.
Leyline binding. Sorry, yes, of course. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so breeding pool gets fetched.
Also on the side of Mikal, no turn 1 monkey.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it is I guess at this point the only real turn 1 play in the deck, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So I mean, if you don't have such scope Chocobo or Wild Cattle, which is also like quite an underwhelming card, really, then Ragavan is the turn 1 play. Right. We see a turn 2 Kavu.
So this Kavu is going to be a 4/4.
That's right.
But
yeah.
I don't think it will stay long.
What do you think will happen?
Maybe getting a Triome and then just leyline binding it. Something like that.
Sure, it could be. I mean, you can also probably take a hit from it and just develop your own board. It's like not the end of the world to get hit once by it.
You can basically you can let one through. I mean,
or like Tribal Flames also works as a removal. But you're right that the Triump's coming out, because this is an underappreciated thing as well. If you don't have the leyline, your mana is actually kind of awkward. Like fetching in such a way that you can cast your spells and also multi-spell is not trivial with that deck. It's actually quite hard to set up your mana well with all these multicolored cards in your deck.
Also, the other question is, do you want the Kavu to attack? Because most likely he's going to loot the card away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Miho, you'd rather probably just trade 1 for 1 against somebody who multi-5, right?
That's an answer.
This is Sign of Draco, although there's no leyline, right? So it's just in air quotes here, 4/4 flyer for 2.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're trading, so
yeah,
it's not that bad.
I wonder if you want to even make the trade. Also, if Piotr makes the land, then it's not going to be a trade anyway, right? Because they threaten pumping the Kavu to 5, but there is no land.
So
right?
we discard.
Seems like we're discard. So there is Wild Cattle out of Piotr's deck at least, and a leyline binding before blocks.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 4 damage, and the Scion taken out. So I mean, as things go, Piotr's multi 5 is shaping up about as good as he can hope, I think.
I mean, considering so far, it's a really good mulligan to 5.
Yeah, and also no land means that he has spells in hand, and on 2 lands he can cast most of his stuff. So, right. And Miho has to double bolt to get rid of the Kavu. So like this is actually Piotr's kind of ecstatic, given the. Oh, okay.
Beautiful Tribal Flames. I think it's an FNM promo.
Tribal Flames.
Sure.
Down to 4. Okay, it was only for 4, right? So that actually makes the next Tribal Flames not lethal because there wasn't the black. There's no swamp in play. Okay, but like, this is not how you would expect a mulligan to 5 to play out necessarily.
I mean, if you cannot beat them with creatures, just burn them.
Yeah. I mean, the Tribal Flame straight to the face is interesting. It does suggest that there's more burn there. I don't think you would just throw it out if it was your only burn spell, probably.
Also, if by fetching now, if Piotr actually finds a fetch land or a black source, it is a lethal Tribal Flames.
Very good point. Oh, and Reflection of Kiki Jiki, which is obviously a nice card for like longer mid-rangey fights, but when you're facing down lethal burn, you'd rather have something that finishes the game.
Oh, misses a land drop again and plays nothing. Yeah. Maybe end of turn bolt.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what you would hope from Piotr's side, is that you just go bolt and the game's over. Not playing anything kind of suggests that. Like, surely you would have something else to play. I guess what can be stuck in his hand? Ley lines, I suppose, obviously always. Flage, he would Phlages. If he has a bunch of Phlages in play in hand, he's probably sad. Also, yeah, Phlage, this is one of the ones, obviously, where the mana is particularly awkward when you have a breeding pool in play, which doesn't cost the flashback version and constrains what lands. Oh,
Oh,
wait,
nice.
how did he have a lightning bolt that I missed? No. Did he fetch shock?
I think so. I don't know. I actually just.
Sorry, I was I was kind of blanking out, but it's crazy. Okay, that was crazy. So Fyodor just completely stomped Michal on his 5 cards. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Oh, I guess if Michal was going to fetch anyway, I mean that's the question whether he should have done, maybe, because he puts himself into the he was at 5 already from the first fetch, and the second fetch puts him down to 4 anyway, so he does die to tribal frames at that point.
Fair enough. So,
interesting question. All right, sideboard wise, yeah.
Sideboard wise, what would you actually sideboard? I don't think there are many cards which you could. I think Wear and Tears will probably come in just for the opposing ley lines.
Yeah, I guess
and memories to stop the leyline binding trigger and to counter Scion. Other than that,
yeah, I mean, Consign is already kind of dicey, like you say. It does do a little bit, but it also has the danger of being really bad in a lot of spots, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like Wear and Tear more because it takes out both Leyline of the Guildpact and Leyline Binding, and like you say, Scion of Draco in some spots. So those seem to be all very important cards. Whereas Consign, it's time sensitive as to when you have to have it up when they play Leyline Binding, and also the only other target for it is Scion of Draco. So that does seem kind of rough to do, I think.
So what cards would you take out? Being
well, Stubborn Denial seems not great, yeah? It counters, obviously, some removal spells, but there's not many spells in the deck. You can counter Tribal Flame sometimes, but also you need a big creature for it to be online. That just doesn't seem like this is the matchup for it, from my opinion. And otherwise, yeah, the sideboard is very much geared to, problem matchups that you need to fix. Yeah, you like more Consigns to Memory, like always, and Wrath of the Skies against Boros Energy, presumably, things like this. Clearing Conqueror to stop stuff. So out of the artifact deck, so the sideboard just isn't really geared to the mirror, and it does make sense. In a mirror match, you would have to expect a lot of this deck to really make for it to make sense to gear your sideboard towards the mirror.
Yeah, definitely. I think it will just come down to whether or not what are the opening hands for both players, which will decide the outcome.
Yeah. If you multi-5, you're way ahead, right?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Just multi-5 in the mirror and you win. That's what we've learned today.
Yeah, I guess maybe it's just the factor of being on the play. Yeah, I don't know. But no, I mean, I guess the actual reason was that Michal's hand was also kind of awkward. Yeah, he had the one threat with the Sign of Draco, seemingly didn't have a follow-up, and then his only ways of removing opposing stuff was the double lightning bolt on the Kavu. It was really not where you want to be, I think.
Yeah, definitely you don't. I mean, whenever an opponent plays double lightning bolt or a combination of bolt into Tribal Flames on a creature of you, you know you're ahead.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's certainly a good exchange for you. It's interesting then that Michal kept. I guess his hand does make a turn to Scion and has an answer to Ragavan because he was on the draw, right? So you have to make sure that the lightning bolt is quite valuable in case the opponent leads on Ragavan. So I guess that's probably good enough to just keep. But it certainly wasn't a slam dunk on his part, I would say.
Yeah, I think, just a turn to Scion without a ley line, don't know. Maybe it's good against pretty much any other deck, but against the mirror, it's definitely not.
Yeah, it's not what you want, yeah, for sure. But yeah, it was probably a lower end of the spectrum keep for Michal, and it was just met by quite a strong multi-5 from Piotr, and so Piotr actually won. Right, let's see how this one goes now. All right, looks like we both keep, and there is a ley line this time from Michal.
That seems almost as perfect play. Very well.
Yeah.
And I assume Piotr is playing Ragavan. Is that a
Oh,
Goblin
wow.
Guide?
Goblin Guide. I've not seen that guy in ages, yeah.
And that's the answer to the Goblin Guide revealed.
Yeah. Although no land, sadly. And also, I guess you don't have to fetch because you have the ley line. So you don't actually. But there's already another bolt anyway.
Not fair enough.
Oh, actually, interesting then. Kind of interesting because you probably don't necessarily want the second bolt. I guess you could have fetched an upkeep, but he didn't do that. Maybe he does want the second bolt. Okay, well.
And okay, so this could be over really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously exactly what you want to see. Now the question is whether there's the ley line to take care of the ley line binding, the line binding to take care of the ley line of the Guild Pact. Although I think I saw a glimpse of a ley line binding also on Michal's side, which notably he's not going to be able to cast without another land, given he has Arena of Glory and Arid Mesa once the ley line of the Guild Pact is gone. But yeah, but it doesn't seem that there is a ley line. You would probably just cast it, right, in case there's some random stubborn denials hanging out in your opponent's deck still. And here comes the Scion of Draco.
So I think here we'll just see maybe a wear and tear or a ley line onto the ley line of Guild Pact.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You would imagine. I would assume you want to do that while your opponent is tapped out, but seemingly not the case. Because the other reason is like now, like I said, if he had a leyline in his own turn, then the basic land effect is no longer in effect on Michal's turn, so at least he has to spend 3 mana on his leyline. Probably won't matter here because there's not that many 1-drops. Although we do know that there's Lightning Bolt in hand, so you're basically giving your opponent the ability to cast a Lightning Bolt now, which they wouldn't have otherwise.
At this point, I don't think that there's many outs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too.
Yeah, bolt
yeah,
and then attack phase.
exactly. You just said it, yeah.
Scion is flying.
So a swift match the other way. That was, I mean, okay, in demonstration of how you really want the game to go for you as a Zoo deck.
It's just ley line into Scion. This is why, for example, if I was the opponent being on the draw, I would put in the consign to memories, and on the play I would take him out again.
That's a good point, perhaps. Yeah. So you just like as an extra Hail Mary sort of out to the God draw.
Yeah, because you on the draw you don't have many outs for a turn 2 Scion.
And then once Leyline Scion is in play, you basically need 2 more answers to get rid of that combination, which is really annoying. And then if they have Leyline, you're just completely screwed.
Exactly.
Yeah, you just take too much damage. That's an interesting point. Yeah, I quite like that idea. It's a question of whether, like, maybe you can also kind of go, if they have the nuts, I'm just going to lose. That's fine. I don't want this situational card. Like, you can sort of take that hit, but you're right that does make conceptual sense. I agree. Okay, so this is a pretty swift match, it looks like. Also, I kind of want to go back to Piotr's deck building choices, which are interesting, because we saw a Wild in the Cattle in game 1 hanging out, and also Goblin Guide, which I think is just completely non-standard. So it seems like Piotr has built his deck extremely aggressive, which is interesting to see. I guess it's interesting what he's not playing. He probably doesn't have stuff like Fable, then. He's just going to be... Maybe he doesn't even have Stubborn Denial. Probably does have some.
I mean, we've seen Goblin Guide game 2. I'm not sure if he plays it in the main board or if it's just a sideboard card. But we did see, I think, Wild Cattle on Piotr's side.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Exactly.
maybe it's not like... It's basically the traditional version from back in the days where you just play a couple of 1-drops into some threats.
Yeah. I mean, that makes you wonder if there's even ley lines, but I assume there must be. As in Leyline Draco, but...
I think the Leyline of the Guild Pack will be in there, as well as Scion. I think those 8 cards on its own can win you games.
No, I agree completely, yeah.
So let's see how it turns out in game number 3 for Piotr being on the play. And maybe we'll see a leyline from his side, or maybe he really doesn't run leylines. Never mind. Out of curiosity,
Okay.
did Mikhail draw the ley line, or
He must have done. Yeah. I mean, this is always the worst feeling, right? you keep a ley line ascent and your first draw is ley line.
or maybe what could have happened is that the opponent, being Piotr, announced the pregame action ley line, and Mikhail just forgot his, and then realized, and Piotr said, "No, you're not allowed to."
Was there some gesturing? Yeah, maybe. You think they're holding the no. They're not holding up the game.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, that would obviously be a catastrophe, but it is a kind of horrible situation for you if you keep a ley line ascent first draw ley line. It's just the worst feeling in that deck. But this is in danger of swinging quite savagely the other way again. Although this time at least the follow-up isn't a Scion of Draco, it's just a 5/5 Kavu.
I mean, 5/5 Go is nothing considering we've
certainly
seen
not
the
nothing.
Goblin Guide and everything.
It's certainly not nothing, I agree. But from Mikhail's side, you just have to take whatever wins you can get, yeah?
Oh yeah, just take them as soon as possible.
First strike, trample, 5/5. So that kind of also makes it impossible to interact with in combat, so you kind of have to remove it. I guess the interesting question for Mikhail is if he has a removal that can interact both with Kavu and with Leyland of the Guild Pack, which is your higher priority. Do you think you can recover the game without taking over the creature threat, taking out the ley line?
I mean,
just so that future Scions aren't as devastating.
Yeah, but looking at the board right now, I don't think if Mikhail has a Leyline binding, it will not get targeted towards the Leyline of the Guild Pact, probably.
No, I agree with you. It's just I guess you could make the case for that being an interesting decision. Also, do they play necessarily Steam Vents? Because that is also something you would have to have here in order to, I guess, if they have that Triumph, they're going to have Steam Vents. Yeah, there you go. He goes fetch untapped. So he does have Consign. Interesting.
So we have the Leyline, and then he keeps open
the Consign to counter the trigger on the opposing Leyline, right? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what.
See, this is the play that I was talking. If you're on the draw, you want to.
Yeah, really good point. Really good point.
I mean, it could still get met by what's that counter called? It could still get by the Stubborn Denial, but I don't think it will be still in the deck.
And what an interesting decision from Mikhail to not even go for it, yeah? Because
maybe
surely if there had been a Scion, you played last turn, so there's not a Scion follow-up here.
Yeah, I think maybe he just wants to counter a Scion if it gets down, otherwise just untap and do something else.
It does suggest he must have another answer to the Kavu, right?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, if he can get another land into play untapped, or he can Tribal Flames away the Scion.
That's a good point as well. Although he played a Surveil land, blue-black, and played a Kavu of his own. But this one can't block because the first strike from the...
Nope.
Oh, sorry, no, there's no Scion in play. Yeah, my bad. There's no Scion.
What is that card?
That was it's the counter spell from Tarkir. I don't know what it's called. Spectral Denial, I want to say. It's
I know which one. Yeah.
It's the blue and an X counter target spell unless the control plays X, and it costs 1 less for each 4 or more power creature you have. So you can play it for 1 mana. It'll be a force spike basically.
You don't see that anytime soon.
It's not that common, I guess, but it was something that you did see sometimes in these sort of decks. It's it's sort of similar to the Sashko Chocobo, came out, new card, people tried it out.
Fair enough.
I guess it's stuck in some places. It has the advantage of going after creatures, unlike Stubborn Denial, right?
Yeah, and even with I think you can just play it with 1 mana open, right?
Yeah. If you have a 4-drop, it's basically
force spike.
Force spike, yeah.
The double bolt.
And just
and double bolt seals the deal.
Okay, crazy.
So Piotr Going
Yeah,
to
Piotr is
5-1.
5-1, which might or might not take him into top 8. It depends on where on his standings there are. It gives him definitely a great shot. We'll see whether he actually gets in with a draw or if he maybe has to play.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, obviously Piotr will be happy about that.
Definitely. And so after this round, this was the 6th round. We're only having 1 round left. After that, we will do the top 8.
That's right.
And players are playing. There we go. Players are playing for, I mean, at least this tournament, obviously for qualifier points, for an invite to the European Magic Cup, which takes place next spring, as well as some beautiful altered art, flooded strands. Let me just show you this one. So this is the European Union League, Unity League. There we go. So this qualifier has, I think it's a 5-time multiplier towards the European Magic Cup. You can check online what your standing is on the homepage. You can get points either by attending your locals, attending your regionals, FNM, pretty much everything. Just your local game store or your shop has to be applied for it, and then you're good to go. Just have to play well. So let me just transition back. So we're gonna take a small break again. Afterwards, we're gonna go for the final round, and
Yeah, then we'll have our top 8 after that.
Yes, definitely. So we will have. Let's make it a 10-minute break. We can have a 10-minute break to set up everything. So see you guys later.
See you next round, and yeah, see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back to the final round before the top 8, round number 7.
Yeah.
So, let me just do this. So, what are we seeing this match? Well, we're seeing, just gonna do the transition. So, we're seeing on top Paprykarz. Yeah, Paprykarz on brute scale, and Gregor's mental bottom on Norset Days I'm doing probably most likely.
Yes, that's kind of exciting. I've not seen a deck like that in action for a while. It's one of those which, yeah, I think has its fans, people who like that sort of deck. They like play that sort of deck religiously. And you said you had some experience with it as well, right?
I mean, it's my pet deck. Of course, I love that deck.
Yeah, it's a really cool deck like this. Yeah, getting off the Narset Days Undoing just feels amazing.
Obviously, it has many different angles to combat any other deck. The only thing, or the only issue it has, is it's very slow in its combo, though. So it does struggle against heavy aggro decks, or against Tron, obviously, because it's a control deck.
Right. But
So
here he's playing against Brute Scale Combo. Have you had experience in that matchup at all, or?
I did play during the last, I think, qualifier, like the last big tournament. I did play against Brute Scale, and I didn't have any issues playing against it because that time on that build I was playing the energy package, which had 4 Wrath of the Skies in it.
Oh, okay, right.
Which obliterates Brute Scale.
Because they're board based, yeah, they have to put stuff on board to start getting their combo going, and you can abuse that by just wrathing.
Yeah. So for the audience, so run me through the Brute Scale combo.
Yeah, it's an interesting combo deck which came out of MH3. It uses the card Basking Brute Scale, which is a 2-mana 2/2, which has an ability which says that if one or more +1/+1 counters are placed on the Brute Scale, you make a 0/1 Eldrazi spawn creature. So basically, you get a free mana every time you put a +1/+1 counter on the Brute Scale. And there's a card from way back called Blade of the Bloodchief, which puts a +1/+1 counter on the equipped creature when any creature dies, and it costs 1 colorless mana and 1 colorless mana to equip. So it's very cheap to get onto the Brute Scale. And once you do the spawn, sacrificing the spawn to make mana gives you a counter, which gives you a spawn again. So that way you can make infinite colorless mana with the Basking Brute Scale, and then you can pump that into, well, all sorts of things. One obvious way is Walking Ballista to just shoot your opponent to death. You can cast Emrakul if you don't have the Ballista, access to the Ballista. You can make a giant Crossix command to set up your whole deck. There's lots of things you can do. Otherwise, it's sort of like an Eldrazi creature deck as a backup plan. So you have stuff like Writhing Chrysalis, like I said, Emrakul the Promised End, and just ways of finding your combo. Ancient Stirrings, Kozak's Command helps in that way as well. Malevolent Rumble, and Urza Saga ties the deck together because obviously that can get the Blade of the Bloodchief. So yeah, it's a creature combo deck which relies on that combo specifically. Yeah.
Perfect. So we do see what are these cards called? Consular cards? I don't know. It is a growth of the Burn Willows, for those who do not know this artwork, and next to it is the Cavern of Souls.
Right, yeah. I guess that's the nice thing about this as well, is because you're a creature-based combo deck, you get the Caverns. You want the colorless mana, or like you don't mind having the colorless mana for your Eldrazi cards as well, and you get to insulate yourself from the counter spells, especially Consigned to Memory after sideboarding, by having Caverns in your deck. So you can force your Brute Scale through the counter magic into play at least. Yeah. So slow start from the blue-white deck as you would expect. Nothing going on there yet. There's a Kahira Companion, which maybe isn't so obvious to see on the left-hand side. I think that's what's hanging out there. And yeah, the Brute Scale doesn't do much either. They went Ancient Stirrings and put a Springleaf Drum into play off 2 lands, but nothing else going on yet.
So one card that Basking Brute Walla combo deck got as well was the Malevolent Rumble, which when it came out first, nobody was actually looking at it because they thought it would be really bad. But turns out it's actually really good in this deck.
Yeah, it's a good card for, well, firstly because you're looking for a particular card, Basking Brute Scale. Often, well, also you can get Urza Saga to get access to your Blood Chief, Blade of the Blood Chief. So yeah, we see it being cast here. And the other thing, importantly, it does in this deck is because there's some Emrakul's the Promised End hanging out. It puts the cards that you mill into the graveyard, and it sets up Emrakul as well. Although it seems like we're not actually getting to resolve it since there is a counter spell that is
Yes.
the Malevolent Rumble.
You do need to counter that one. Because
Yeah.
I don't think it will get better if you
Yeah.
look at the opponent's side of the field having 2 Cavern of Souls right now. I think
Yeah.
you just want to counter whatever you can.
Yeah, even when there isn't a Caverns, there's also the danger of them getting Urza Saga off the Malevolent Rubble, which then your counterspell doesn't do anything against. So
Exactly.
it's a closer decision in cases where there aren't Caverns, but with the Caverns, basically whatever comes out of the Malevolent Rumble, you're probably not going to be able to interact with, so you might as well just counter that one, even though it's, not good. Like, it takes up their turn.
So for those wondering what's on Gregor's left side, that's a revealed Kahira in the Companion Zone, which is not visible by light.
Yeah, that's true.
And quick question, how much mana does Brute Scale need in order to go off?
Not much at all, yeah. It depends on how you're starting the combo, I guess. Because you can adapt. Sorry, I didn't mention that earlier. You can adapt the Brute Scale itself, so you can put a +1/+1 counter on it for 1 and a green, so that starts the cycle off. But you don't need to equip the blade to it. You need to have the Brute Scale in play. You need to adapt it, so that's 5 mana total. But you can split it across different turns.
So basically, I think Patrick has almost everything, just needing the blade. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah. Well, and I guess to some degree something to do after. Like, that's not, since he only has 2 cards, that's not trivial. He doesn't need to, just making infinite mana doesn't do anything. He does get an infinitely large Brute Scale, which is also nice. That said, Gregor's is going to have removal in his deck. We assume there to be, well, certainly Solitudes, as well as Prismatic Endings, which can take care of the Brute Scale. So exposing it without actually going off is a bit of a risk for Patrick as well.
But I don't think that Gregor's actually playing a lot of instant speed interaction, right? I mean, obviously he has counter spells and a couple of such, but the only thing interactive is most likely just Solitude.
Yeah. No, I just mean like you play Brute Scale, you pass. That does open up Prismatic Ending as an extra answer to it, is what I was thinking. But okay, he even just adapts it now. So I guess that also, because you get the first token, that also sets up the combo for later. You might as well adapt it. You have the 1/1 in play, which you can sacrifice to start the loop. Once the blade is equipped. This is just this Writhing Chrysalis, another all-star from Modern Horizons 3. The scourge of that limited format, which is like the common that has a better win rate than almost everywhere in the set. It's just a 4-mana 2/3. On cast, you make 2/1/1 0/1 Eldrazi spawn tokens, and whenever you sacrifice an Eldrazi, I want to say, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So this is just another way of beating down, really, because it's a 4/5 essentially straight up, and then you have other spawns hanging out in your deck with Kozilek's Command in the mix, the Brute Scale making spawns on Adept. So it's quite a formidable clock often. Not at its best here. It's better when there's creature combat involved, where it also just becomes a giant roadblock as you're trying to assemble your combo. We need to see a new card here from Edge of Eternities, which seems pretty sweet. It's Consult the Star charts, which is like a think twice. Well,
I mean, now it's basically just an impulse, right? Or did he kick it?
I think he kicked it, yeah. So
in that case,
it's yeah. But like it's a card that scales. That's so nice. Like it looks at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of lands you control. And for 4 mana, if you kick it, you get to take 2 of those cards. And for 2 mana, which is its normal cost, you get to take 1 of them. But it scales really well into the late game. It becomes dig through time quite quickly, which is obviously quite a powerful card. And instant speed obviously means that you can keep up answers and then play it on your opponent's end step. But yeah, it seems like Patrick isn't really looking to combo. He is instead mounting a somewhat anemic offense, although the Writhing Chrysalis will help a little bit here. The Soulguide Lantern in play doesn't really have much implications in this matchup, does it?
I don't think so. I don't think the Soul Guide Lantern. I mean, it's probably just a stock Soul Guide Lantern, which is in the base list. So
yeah, no, I mean, he played it because that's what he had, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's just a redraw. Or depending on whether or not he knows what he's up against in Norset Days Undoing, he could get rid of a Days Undoing if it happens to end up in the graveyard.
Yeah, that's kind of the only implication, right? That sometimes you get to nuke the Days Undoing, but it's not that easy to achieve. Right? Teferi comes down, and as a result, we see it cycled here. Teferi came down to bounce the Writhing Chrysalis, which is, on the one hand, stopping the bleeding for this turn, but it does give Patrick an additional 2 spawns now on recast, which is, well, not nothing. Means that the Chrysalis will be bigger in the upcoming turns. Well, it seems like he's not immediately recasting it, so maybe there's some other card drawn that might be of use. It's interesting, this matchup, because, yeah, like Teferi, on the other hand, also probably doesn't do that much. Like, you're not playing at instant speed with the Brute Scale deck that much. You have the Cossacks command, obviously, in some cases, but...
Mm-hmm. So, how many Scions does Patrick have right now?
I think it's...
Well,
the number on it seems to be... it's 2, yeah, somehow it's 2 untapped and 1 tapped, which was got tapped to the Springleaf Drum to cast the Glaring Flesh Raker, which we seem to be counterspelling despite there being a cavern? No. The cavern wasn't used for it.
Also, quick question. Depending on if the cavern was used for colorless, obviously it can still be counteracted.
Right, of course. Yeah. But I'm not sure.
No, I think it was just a bait. I think Patrick only just wanted to resolve the Chrysalis.
It's not 2 caverns, is it?
I mean, it is 2 caverns. It's 1 cavern in neon color, like neon yellow, and the other one's just a base color.
But then he could have cast both things through the cavern, no?
I mean, they could have, but I don't know. Maybe.
Interesting.
I don't know. Maybe they did actually just tap for colorless, and then it was able to get countered.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Teferi just taken down just in case. Now we have 2 untapped spawns, and well, one of the tapped ones the tap one got sacrificed. So yeah, two sets of untapped spawns.
It would be interesting to know how many cards Gregor has still in hand, because then I would see the bait of the counterspell being good if there is a Blade of the Blood Chief in hand.
Yeah, I guess that's I guess what you're trying to achieve there, perhaps, is that if you drew the blade, you want to protect the card that actually you cannot get through cavern.
What is
just a planeswalker of some sort?
Is it the new?
Probably Karn or Tezzeret? No.
Not. Is it Tezzeret? Or yeah, it is.
It does look like Tezzeret then.
Yeah.
Since
it's ability to grab probably a blade.
I guess that's nice. I actually got a Walking Ballista instead. Because there's 1 mana only in play, so he can't actually go off immediately. I guess that really suggests what you said, perhaps, or it could suggest that he does have the blade in hand, although maybe he just wanted a bait for the Tezzeret, like I said, with the counterspell. But yeah, why get Ballista when you can get Blade?
Fair enough.
It's interesting question. There's some merit to thinking that he might have Blade in hand, I think. Here comes Narset.
Narset probably needed to find an answer.
Mm-hmm. There seems to be a Prismatic ending at the very front there, if I see correctly, and then some other cards behind it, but
Yeah, Pending doesn't do it.
it doesn't. Yeah, the Writhing Chrysalis. Although it's not lethal yet, is it?
Does he have another land drop to make?
He does, yeah. He had 5 mana last turn.
But is this good enough?
It,
I mean, it gets
say
rid of the hand.
there's no Ballista again, I guess.
I think
because-
in that case he needs to go for it.
Let's see what's happening here.
Yeah, but first...
So okay, this way he does buy himself a lot of time.
Yeah, and he gets to have the Solitude in the deck again.
Mm-hmm. And also, it means that the Ballista is no longer in hand because of the reshuffle, right?
Yes.
So Patrick will draw a card, but it's going to be a random card. So
Exactly. So Days Undoing will exile itself due to the fact it was being played on Gregor's turn, and after the draw 7 and for Patrick to draw 1, the turn will immediately end. So Patrick will not have any opportunity to cast whatsoever.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, okay, that is definitely a big plus for Grzegorz now. He dealt with the most threatening creature in play, because now the Brute Scale is a 3/3 is really not looking great. It will take out the Narset, of course, but you do, well, I guess unless you have a Solitude, you can save it if you want to. But he's going to have to rebuild with just the Tezzeret and the Brute Scale in play.
Let's see.
Actually have a look what the Tezzeret actually can achieve.
Let's see if Gregorz also has what I would call the Curse of Narset, because whenever I wheel, I only draw lands. So,
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun.
This also feels a bit mean, yeah. The other guy gets to draw 1, and you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Nah, that's perfectly fair.
You think that's perfectly fair?
Yeah, that's Richard Garfield intended right there.
Probably. All right. So the Brute Scale doesn't immediately get taken out. I guess there's no real rush. We'll see if it goes after the Narset. I imagine so. I mean, you can attack Grzegorz down to 9, I guess, but that's still so far away, and you don't want to get the extra. Probably don't want to give the extra dig towards something nice. Okay. We
also,
have
one fun interaction or fun fact about the whole Days Undoing card. If the opponent or if any player has Goblin Bowmaster or a Sheoldred on the field, the player playing the Days Undoing will not lose any life because the turn is immediately ended.
Yeah. So the cards which seem to counter your draw 7 don't actually do anything yet. Okay, exactly. So it did go that way, that the Narset was. It seems like even the Spawn got in there for 1. Did it have a counter, or was it just for fun?
I think it was just sending a message.
I think so too. It's a bit confusing, yeah, with the die on 1 on it. Yeah, could be a. But I don't see how it would have gotten a counter.
I mean, imagine how beautiful this field would look.
Oh no, it is a counter because Tezzeret gives it a counter.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, still, imagine if it was our beautiful token which we give out.
Yes, yeah, that's the prime deck to play. At those events, yeah. Because you get to actually use the Eldrazi Spawn prominently. I guess any Eldrazi deck can do so with Codex Command.
Yeah, I think so. I don't see any other Eldrazi deck not playing Codex Command. So.
Yeah. Okay, so this Tezzeret, he is going to need artifacts to enter to get more loyalty, but his 0 ability does untap artifacts or creatures, and then it says if it's an artifact creature, but it was 1/1 counter on it. So yeah, it's actually not a counter on the Eldrazi. Sorry, I thought it would.
So it is just for show.
I think it's just attacking for show then. Yes.
Fair enough.
Apologies.
I see that.
Although it doesn't that kind of. what if there's a Solitude fleshed in, taking out the Brutal Scale and blocking and forcing you to sack the spawn? I guess at this point it probably doesn't matter that much, but it does seem perhaps a bit unnecessary.
I mean, sending a message is important, right?
Perhaps.
Oh, what is this?
This is another consult the star charts. Yeah.
So it will look at the top 7 cards and
Yeah.
taking out 2.
Yeah. Here's your dig through time.
Yes, such a good upgrade.
Although I guess still twice the price of a dig through time, but dig through time's banned, so we'll take the
And
next best
for
thing.
good reasons.
Mhm. I can't get over this counter on the attack of the thing. I can't think of a reason why there would be a +1/+1 counter on this spawn, but it's too much for me. What's this?
No, it's
Oh, it's
pure
March?
beauty.
Was this March? Maybe? March of Endless?
Yeah, that's March of Otherworldly Light.
Otherworldly Light, good point. Yeah. Oh, sorry, the name. That took out the Brute Scale, so now we're down to this this little spawn. And a Tezzeret, which isn't doing that much.
And we've got another Narset.
Yeah, Narset on Tezzeret, it seems. I'm not sure what that means, but
Yeah, Narset is better.
Narset targeting Tezzeret. Let's see what we get.
What do you even want to hit off of that? I mean, counterspell, sure, but you need to, I think, threaten something.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess Narset really doesn't dig you too much that you need, because the counterspell is mediocre through the caverns, like we said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not terrible to have, but it's not the amazing thing. But Narset just can't find in that deck anything which actually finishes the game, right? It gets more answers or the Days Undoing, but you don't really want a Days Undoing again. You have cards still, your opponent doesn't, so there's no real point. Right now?
The only way I can see Paprykarz want to Narset anything is just for the one-off Guy Reach Sanitarium to cut the opponent off of their draw step.
Completely, yeah. But she can't take lands, can she?
No, she cannot, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay, you're just having in play, you mean. It's interesting he doesn't grab the Kihira, right? Because it seems like it's the sort of stage of the game where you can start getting Kihira and start beating up. Okay, I guess that maybe they're just misplaying the Tezzeret then, because now clearly the spawn has been put to 2 and been attacking.
I mean, we didn't see any Urza Saga, right?
No, but he literally just put a counter on the Tezzeret, on the token, and the token isn't an artifact, and Tezzeret only puts counters on artifact creatures. If it's an artifact creature put a counter, I think they must be misplaying the Tezzeret simply. Which we can't stop now because this is not
it's more or less like recorded, but untapped target. No, it's untapped target artifact or creature.
Yes, and then if it's an artifact creature, put a counter on it.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe they're just misplaying that word. Hopefully they realize that soon.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's getting taken up by Solitude now. So one way or the other, it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't matter this case scenario, but maybe
it did. I think must have dealt Gregor a couple of points of damage, and yeah, it did attack the Narset. But in the grand scheme of things, you're right that it probably didn't have a game-changing effect. And there is the Guy Reach Sanitarium in play, by the way.
Yeah, so now Solitude gets rid of the Tezzeret in best case scenario, and then you just lock the opponent out of ever having a draw step again.
That's what seems to be the case now. That probably will be. But Poseidon stops the Gaia's Reach. Very nice. And we're I guess in the end step, so activating it doesn't actually do much.
You could activate it just to draw in this card. I mean,
yeah, but also it doesn't lock your opponent out in any way.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't, but maybe it can fix your hand if you're flooded or something.
Yeah, it depends on whether you think that is more beneficial to you than them at this stage, right? And it seems like Grzegorz thought that it's less beneficial, so he didn't activate it, which probably does make some sense. He probably has answers and stuff, and you don't want to give Patryk a chance to get towards the few cards that matter at this point. Which again, actually, what would that be? Versus Saga, I guess.
So now I think the worst or the best case scenario draw would be, yeah, that's pretty much it. And he does have the answer for it.
Yeah, we already knew he had a counter spell, but he has the spell snare as well to take that out. So the counter spell's still there. Another better than dig through time at this point. It's 8. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. That's even 9. But here you get to see. I wouldn't say perhaps a weakness, but okay. I mean, I guess Patrick has seen enough anyway. But it is ludicrously slow. This Narset deck and the way it's winning the game. But with the Solitude established now, you can grab the Kihira. It's actually going to be over relatively quickly.
Fair enough. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna stop this here. We're gonna come back to it in like 1 or 2 minutes because we have to end and restart the broadcast. Otherwise, it will just stop whenever it wants because we have reached the limit. So I'm going to stop it here. Going to put in maybe like a 2 minutes timer. That's perfectly fine. And